the stories that we see. Someone's waiting to be told. The acting encompasses the play. We watch the scenes we live unfold. It's in the stories that we see. That someone's waiting to be told. The act encompasses the play. We watch the scenes we live unfold.
that's a thing. Let's see. There's people here. There's nobody active in chat. All right. Friday, low viewer start count, and fucking, yeah, we'll see how this goes. And one of my mods is already fucking high and acting weird. Oh, this is gonna be a stream. Hey, Tech. I'm fucking sweating. I got the fan on, I got the air conditioning on. It's fucking one of those days in Nevada. Oop. I didn't click. All right. So everybody see Haz's tweets? Everybody see that Haz shit? That's fucking, I'm so happy I got to wake up to that though. Legitimately. Let's see. Where is he? There's the link. It's already a show, Rev. It's already on Amazon. You can already view it.
I have a question. How many holes does a woman have from the waist down?
2.
Okay, so what are those holes used for?
A lot of things. Like, what do you mean? What do you ask
Yeah,
me?
it's just a general, like, an easy, like, biological question. What are those 2 holes used for?
I mean, like, bathroom-wise?
Yes.
Poop and pee?
Poop and pee. And then where's the sex one, dude?
The pee one.
Oh my
Okay.
god.
What's
oh
your
my
point?
god.
But wait. Instead of just admitting that he's a virgin, he has no knowledge, he doesn't have sisters apparently, he apparently didn't have a very good sexual education, right? Instead of just owning it, he goes on the fucking misogynist defensive, right? And immediately starts, women will just make anything up. Right? Instead of just owning it and being like, look, you know, fuck, American educational system. I don't have experience in this area. Like, you know, I'm thank you for correcting me. I'm sorry I was wrong. He just fucking immediately leans into his misogyny. And then what he does is he attacks, of course, his general spook, America. His specter of the mind. American neuroticism about vaginas is because their ultimate cope is that their knowledge in the real Lacan. For them, a vagina only exists when it's already known by the big other. So he tries to abstract it out to a philosophical position so he can argue from an intellectual high point rather than the fucking intellectual low point, stupidity and ignorance, that he was originally positioned in, because he has no functional knowledge of anatomy apparently. So yeah, and American women have an agenda to misinform how women's anatomy works. You know, there's a certain something special when a dude gets corrected on a topic of the female persuasion, shall we say, and immediately leans into the misogyny. Immediately leans into like his position and just doubles down. Fucking women will make anything up. Yes, has. It's a millennia-old conspiracy against you. The women of ancient times I mean, Caboose. Yeah. See, this is my favorite. This is my favorite part. It really is. It's when he tries to abstract to the philosophical, right? This is my favorite fucking part. He can't accept that he just didn't know some shit about basic anatomy. And he fucking, like, you know, he immediately has to lean into the misogyny and blame the women for making stuff up, right? And then when that doesn't fly, he immediately slips into the area he's comfortable arguing from, which is a philosophical position about American neuroticism about vaginas is because their ultimate cope is there being knowledge in the real, a fucking Lacanian concept. For them, the vagina only exists when it's already known by the big other. There must exist definite knowledge in the real. Its indifference is impossible. This is how you drive neurotics insane. What is more neurotic than making a huge deal of our meaningless technical error of calling the vulva the vagina or not caring to specify the different parts? Nothing. People literally are being driven insane. Wait. This is the possibility of me just being absent-minded at the time. Or not invested in what was being asked is impossible. This is all because I had to have been fully invested in the truth about pee or something. He still doesn't know. Complete neurotic freaks of Twitter. All right? This is my favorite part. This is legitimately my favorite part. It's okay to say you didn't know the anatomy of a vagina before. Learning is good. Dude, it's okay. It's okay to just admit you were wrong and you didn't know. It's okay. Especially when it comes to anatomy that you don't have. Right? Dude, just come out and say it. The American educational system is shit. I didn't get a proper sexual education, and holy fuck was I wrong. That was embarrassing as fuck, man. I'm sorry, and thank you for correcting me. That's at least, you know, wow. Jesus Christ, I thought there were 2 holes. Now I know better. Right? No, women are deceiving me, and this is a classic example of what Lacan pointed out, and is a perfect example of American neuroticism. And I'm actually winning because I'm fucking driving you people insane with this, dude. This is the definition of copium. Like, this is cope. This is what copium looks like. Dude. Just admit you didn't know. Come on, man. Come on. It's so fucking sad. It's sad. That's the like worst part is like, dude, it's just depressing. Dude, come on. Come on, man. You got a lie to kick it. It's just Maddie figured out our plan. I know, right, Estrella? Jinkies. Foiled again. What was it with authoritarians, man? They're all like this, the right and the left authoritarians. Because to be able to say that I know what is best for you, to be able to resolve or dissolve someone's autonomy and say, no decisions on your own. I should be making the decisions for you because I know what's best for you. To have that mentality, to have that position from an introspective view, you can't be wrong. If you're wrong, that means your authoritarian nature is undermined. Because he knows what's best. He has a prescription for you. It's... Poor Has. If he weren't such a problem, I really, really, really would sympathize. Legitimately. Like, dude, that dude's fucked in the head, man. That dude's fucked in the head. Like, yeah, we all got issues. But he's got those, like, weird fucking aggro rapey vibes. Nah, nonsense. Oh, you know what? I feel like having a fucking partner in crime. It's Friday. Nonsense. You feel like hanging? We'll see what we can get up to. Also, I've got somebody who mentions Lacan. So if you haven't been here for what I'm talking about, I'll catch you up, and we get to mention Lacan. Sold. Caboose, because he considers pornography degeneracy, and Western degeneracy at that. Also, one of my favorite comments. It's one of my favorite comments. Hang on. This is a great comment. Wow. Dude straight up got a bad case of stupid, huh? Yeah, there's a vast sea between a technical, nerdy mindset and a incomplete, utter ignorance. Poor fella probably ain't figured out which hand to masturbate with. Neither makes it bigger. Poor dude. I just... How... I just don't understand how he doubled down. I don't understand how he doubled down. Just own it, man. There's no fucking getting out of that one. You got caught on stream by a woman who called you out straight up, and you didn't know the answer. Just own it, man. Just own it. That's all. Oh, fuck you, Dirtling. Fuck you. Much love, man. Much love, but fuck you. You have Peruvian dual citizenship now. How'd you pull that off? What was the mechanism? Because I'd love to fucking ditch out to Peru, too. Peru. Love that place. What kind of teacher, Rev? Was it like an English teacher? Was it a math teacher? Was it a science teacher? Because that's fucking rough. Art teacher. All right. I mean, the suspension is bullshit and all of that, but at least it wasn't like a biology teacher or some shit, right? Like that's, at least it wasn't a biology teacher. That's where he quit. Oh, Jesus, that's a rough age to quit school. Everybody see the former Louisiana State Police trooper? He was the Louisiana State Police Trooper of the Year 2018. He's getting 17 and a half years for child pornography. Even his fucking porn isn't legal. Even his sentence isn't legal. Yeah. 17 and a half years. By the way, this is not the first Trooper of the Year to get jail time for diddling territory. It's happened a few times. Yeah, not the first one. Yep, and it won't be the last. I just... Oh, what's this douchebag's name?
Oh, we have an update tonight.
Jason Boyette. Jesus, Rev. distribution of images depicting the sexual exploitation of children, including children, wait for it, including children as young as 3 years old. Actual pedophilia. Actual pedophilia. Yeah. Yeah. Hey there, man.
Are you talking about cops?
Louisiana State Police Trooper, former Trooper of the Year of the year 2018, Jason Boyette. Yes.
It's always the ones that win awards. Hey, I just got a note just before I got on here that Animaniacs is back on Hulu.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I don't have Hulu anyway, but duly noted. So do you want to know what the Lacan thing was about?
Yes.
Okay. So,
of course. Why are you even asking? You just tell me. You don't have to ask me.
Okay.
I want to know.
So, first off, do you know who Has is?
Oh, is this the clip that Rye Dripping put in my Discord? Is this about the holes?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So imagine believing in 3 holes, women will just make up anything, shaking my head. After he got called out hard, right? Like he takes to Twitter and he posts this shit. All right? So now it's a female conspiracy against him, right? So he immediately doubles down into the misogyny. Right?
Wait, did this just happen?
Yeah.
No shit.
So
I thought this was lore.
No. This fucking moron. So yeah, you've seen the clip.
What's the joke?
Cute. That's so fucking cute.
Right?
Dude.
You've seen that. The stream
Yes.
clip. Okay. So here's the Lacan thing. So
It's connected?
yeah. So he
What
gets
is the light?
so he is garbage, Lennon. Trust me, I knew him when he was coming up. He's sketchy as shit, man. He's fucking rapey and assaulty. It's worrisome.
That's infrared, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So he gets embarrassed. And then he does the misogynist take. And he gets bodied. Oh, sweetheart, Pookie. I'm wearing a skirt right now if you think the nails are an issue.
Wait a second. I just realized I might be missing a part, like a crucial part of the context.
Okay.
I saw the video where she asks him how many holes a woman has on the waist down and what they're for, right? What is there something that happened before that?
No, he's just super creepy with women. So everybody fucking kind of baits him out that way. Dude, he's super creepy with women. Like super creepy. Like I would not leave him alone in a room.
I can imagine.
Yeah, I wouldn't leave him alone in a room with a woman. He like legitimately. He's got that weird gorilla energy going on and shit, and you're like, and like he doesn't understand the word no whatsoever.
I saw him because you guys keep talking about him. I saw him on, so I checked him out. It couldn't have been more than 3 minutes because it was fucking ridiculous. He was in a debate with like a leftist, and they were like just screaming at each other. But the whole thing was so fucking confused. But it was like so aggressive. It was kind of funny.
Yeah.
But it was like it was all based in nothing, and everybody just loved him. Like everybody in his he's got loads of fans. It seems.
Yeah, it's terrifying. He's concerning. So he gets embarrassed, and then he immediately defaults to his misogynist position, and then he gets bodied for that position. So what does he do? Is he immediately defaults over to
Lacan?
his what he considers philosophical high ground, right? He can argue from the philosophical high ground. So he tries to abstract it to this. Hey, Mistopheles, got some good news yesterday. Corporate office finally fired the general manager at the part-time job I quit last year, who was discriminating against me for my disabilities and many other employees for a variety of stuff. Well, fuck yeah, Mistopheles. Nice. Thanks for the biddies, by the way. So, here we go. American neuroticism about vaginas is because their ultimate cope is there being knowledge in the real, Lacan. For them, a vagina only exists when it's already known by the big other. There must exist definite knowledge in the real. Its indifference is impossible. This is how you drive neurotics insane. What is more neurotic than making a huge deal over a meaningless technical error of calling the vulva the vagina, or not caring to specify different parts? Nothing. People literally are being driven insane. The possibility of me just being absent-minded sure has at the time, or not invested in what was being asked isn't possible. This is all because I had to have been fully invested in the truth about pee or something. Oh, has. Complete neurotic freaks of Twitter. I love this. It's okay to
I'm
say
having trouble
it's
following.
it's
As
okay
soon
to
as
say
I
you
saw-
didn't know the
as soon as I
anatomy of
saw the
vagina.
reel.
It's okay to say you didn't know the anatomy of vagina before. It's good. Learning is good. And then the next guy, who are you talking to? He immediately defaults to fucking trying to rope a Lacanian analysis into this. It's like, Haz, you didn't know basic anatomy.
Where did he get that? Is he watching my stream?
Oh no, that's his go-to. Is a philosophical analysis. Yeah, like yeah. He's fairly well versed in like Hegelian dialectics. Like I will give him that. I mean, he flunked out of fucking law
Is he
school.
really?
Yeah, he actually is.
It seemed like they were talking about synthesis, and then the whole thing was so fucking confused. And the little bit that I saw him, it was strangely about that right there. Maybe does he go into Lacan and shit on his stream?
Oh yeah, I mean he'll use a philosophical analysis all the time. Because, well, I mean, let's face it. One, he was going to law school before he flunked out. I don't know if he flunked out. He did state openly he was flunking out of law school. So like, he's comfortable arguing from that position. Hey Kez's people. Yeah, he's extraordinarily comfortable arguing from that position. Kez, I mean, my throat is rough today, but I've got nonsense on the line with me, and that's always a good time. And I got to wake up to Haz not understanding basic women's anatomy, which is always an amusing concept. So, yeah.
Oh, we have an update tonight. The four-wheeler Louise.
That.
Oh, we have an update tonight. The four.
How many times did that fucking refresh that page? Interesting. Hey, Squiddy. Oh, hey, there's the fucking death threat. Congratulations, you just earned an actual account report. In a chat message, threats are harm.
I don't hang out with people named Chester, and I ain't going to Chester, buddy. What is Haz's Twitter handle?
I kind of wanted to talk to you and make fun of you some more because you don't understand like a lot of topics, and it would have been fun, but you just had to go there. Oh well. No, you didn't. It literally says proudly radical band. Dired 36204. Anyway,
what's his handle? I want to read that over again because I was laughing too hard as soon as I was seeing the first one, and I kind of blacked out there for a second.
Yeah, that was. I mean, that was just. Yeah, and Caboose, you're right. Like just. Oh wow. Oh, I didn't know that. I just, and he brings Lacan into it, right? It's like, dude, okay, you didn't know basic women's anatomy. Okay, all right, I mean, look, you're a virgin. He's a virgin. He's a virgin. He's waiting until marriage. He's waiting until.
Oh, is he really?
He's waiting until marriage because premarital sex is a symptom of Western degeneracy.
He's like AC Green.
Oh, so am I, Estrella. So am I. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Premarital sex is a symptom of Western degeneracy, and so he's waiting for marriage. So, like, look, all you have to do is say, like, look, I'm a product of the American educational system. They barely teach sex ed here. I'm waiting until marriage, and holy shit, was I wrong? And thank you. Wow. I mean, that's embarrassing as fuck for me, but I mean, at least now I know better. Thank you. Right? Instead, he creates a misogynist conspiracy that women are lying about how many holes they have, and fucking immediately takes to Twitter and like, oh, women will lie about anything, shaking my head. And then when he gets bodied for that, he immediately retreats to abstracting the argument to a Lacanian analysis. And people are like, dude, you didn't know how many holes women have. Just calm down with that shit, man. What, man?
I still feel like I missed something because, like, I just saw the clip where she's asking, like, how many holes women have below the waist. Did he say something before that women have 3 holes?
No.
And he wasn't like referring to the
No,
mouth?
he doesn't, dude, you have to understand, this is a guy who is, he is highly authoritarian, highly prescriptive, highly, he
could see that.
stands from a position of, I know everything, I know more than you, right? Like, I know better, and I should be able to tell you how to live your life. He's super misogynistic. He's super fucking, like, depending on which race you belong to, racist. He's very he's very homophobic, very transphobic, right? Like, this guy comes from that position. And so eventually, you know, like, what your thing is, you're just going to ask him, it's like, do you even know how many fucking holes a woman has, dude? Right? Like, it's just an easy it's an easy layup. Right? Like, I'm sure they were discussing something to do with female bodily autonomy. And, well, just like, how can you tell me what to do with my body? You don't even know anything about my body. Here's an easy layup. Right?
Do his tweets make sense to you? I'm not sure they make sense to me.
Oh, I wouldn't bother reading his tweets.
I just found it because I wanted to read over it again, and I'm like, okay, yeah, I don't.
Tech support, thank you for the gift sub, and Commune Cat, welcome.
He's got a niche though.
Oh yeah, he does. And it's terrifying. I need to believe that here's the thing. Joe, you need to calm down with that shit. You're on a tear, and I already had to fucking calm you down once. Dude, just no mention of physical violence whatsoever, metaphorically or otherwise. Please and thank you.
Have you seen that Charlie Kirk fetus video?
You know what? I think I may not have.
It's so fucking good. I might have it. Wait a second.
Charlie Kirk dolphin. Oh, no. I have the dude that pulls out the fucking picture, right?
Yeah.
You say this is, it's a dolphin. Yeah.
This is a dolphin.
Yeah, it's a dolphin. Do you often mistake dolphins for humans? Ah, yes. Hitler was an anarchist today. He would have had neo-pronouns in the bio. He's functionally like, okay, look. We're gonna.
That's a fake edgelord, folks.
No, it's just to sweep the leg on fucking Charlie Kirk. That's all, commune. That's all that is just make him look like an idiot.
I love how Kirk's like, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Really. Fuck has all my homies he has. Well, I like your homies then at least. Cause yeah, he's dude, he's super concerning. Like, legitimately. Like, if I would I would not.
I didn't realize it was such a recent thing. I thought this was like part of lore.
No, he just did this. I think even Stalin would tell Has to calm down. I would not want him anywhere near a gay club, and I wouldn't leave him in the room alone with someone he identifies as a female. Sincerely. He doesn't understand the concept of consent and the word no. He was on the air one time with it's just lore at this point. He was on the air one time with a female streamer, and he kept fucking being so goddamn creepy with her. So fucking creepy. Just the things I would do to you. I would fuck. I can't even. God. It's so TOS. The things I would do to you. And she's like, Has stop. You're making me uncomfortable. Can you please stop? That just gets me going even more. It's like, dude, what the fuck? Yeah.
Who was the streamer?
I don't even remember. Are we talking about Mike now? Yeah. Fuck Mike from PA.
Nobody likes him.
No.
I don't like him either. I don't know what the fuck's going on there.
Yeah, it's super fucking creepy. Like he's got like super rapey vibes. And I'm not even fucking around. Like, I mean, he's got incel energy. Oh, we're not supposed to say that word. Dude, I'm waiting for marriage. Has, bruh. When women shudder and recoil from your touch or your presence, that's not you waiting for marriage. Okay? That's not
vibe.
Yeah, that's not how that works. Right? When women flee the room when you're in it, that's not you waiting for marriage. All right? That's not functionally how that fucking works. Right? The dude has got super fucking rapey vibes. He's got all the red flags. He's got all the red flags. Right? Like he's got all the red flags.
He's not a proud boy, is he?
No. He's just a straight up tanky.
So he's like a lone wolf tanky. That's kind of more alarming.
It's fucking. He's a patriotic socialist now. He's on that fucking train now. Jesus. Yeah, he doesn't believe in Mendelian genetics. He doesn't. So inheritable genetics. He doesn't believe
like Gregor Mendel.
Yes,
Gregor Mendel's cutting edge for him.
Yeah, no, yeah. He's a Lysenkoist rather than a Mendelian, right? So he thinks Lysenko was a genius who was basically stomped out of existence by Western propaganda. Never mind the fact that Lysenko thought you could plant an entire field's worth of fucking potatoes in 1 square meter and they wouldn't compete for resources, because if you raised the potato under communist rule, they wouldn't compete, because that's the nature of capitalism, and ended up causing a famine that Stalin then leveraged to kill millions of Ukrainians with. Right, like he's fucking, like, he can spout off philosophical concepts, and he can quote Hegel and he can quote Lacan at the drop of a hat, but he's dumb as sticks.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. He can quote them, but does he understand them?
I think he understands them too, but that's the problem. Is it's philosophy, bruh. The world doesn't run on philosophy. You know, it runs on science and math, biology and agriculture, right? Like, it's... Sorry, bro.
Have you heard of this new natural philosophy?
All theory, no praxis. Yeah, basically. Like, he's dumb as sticks, man.
Where did we go wrong?
The debate is now over. Patriotic socialism is rising. Oh, for fuck's sake. This infrared vision is the most important and inspiring new video on the internet. Who posted that one? Oh, yeah, Hinkle. I saw that fucking post. Yeah.
Yeah, I was shocked when somebody told me he considers himself Marxist-Leninist.
Hmm? Yeah, he's technically a Stalinist.
Yeah, maybe he had a really great Uncle Joe who had a mustache.
All following old propaganda from SCP USA. Nothing to be proud of genocide. Yeah, and I know Mistopheles. Yeah. But, I mean, the human world runs on greed, not the actual world. Oh yeah, tech support. Yeah, he's got videos upon videos of Stalin apologia. Like, he fucking, Stalin wasn't a fucking pedophile. It's not like Stalin was like fucking like a 12 or 13-year-old girl, right? It's not like he married her when she was 14, right? Like, and Stalin is misunderstood, and he didn't really cause that much harm or damage or kill that many people. That's Western CIA propaganda. He's fucking dude. He's a Stalinist.
Did he make the argument that 12 is like middle-aged in Stalinist Russia?
Probably, quite frankly. Probably. The one time he'd quote Foucault. There were
I showed a documentary, a really weird fucking documentary made in 93 about Foucault. And there's this guy who plays Foucault, but he doesn't say anything. He's just really bald. And he walks through these tunnels and he like looks over his shoulder. It's really fucking weird. It's one of the weirdest things I've ever seen. And then so we were trying to track this guy down so I could get him on the show. But we can't seem to find a credit for him anywhere. He's just this bald dude that played Foucault in this one weird documentary that I can't even believe got fucking made. So I made a monument to the unknown Foucault.
Of course you did. Of course you did.
You gotta check it out sometime. It's pretty good.
Where's the monument?
It's on my stream. I don't know how to show it to you.
Is it on your Discord?
No. Oh, you know what? I could put it in my Discord.
Yeah, put it in your Discord.
It's a 3D object, by the way.
And he wanted to do better, but Western imperialism forced Papa Joe's hand. Exactly, tech support. Mosh fucking relies heavily on the CIA propaganda argument. Like 25% of his foundation is CIA propaganda argument. Yeah. If you kill everyone with Gulag at 18, 12 is middle age, it all adds up. Well, a lot of with the math. All right, Cows. Let's see. All right. Yeah, just let me know where you put it, and I'll grab it. It's okay, Kaz.
I just put it in the feeding trough. I think I put you in the cold, so you should be.
No, I don't see any of it.
Oh, I guess I can just send it to you.
Couldn't find my find the burger in the nose font. Wait, hang on. What, Okra?
Oh, I'll put it in your shared content. Will that work?
Yeah. Just put it wherever, man. Just drop it somewhere.
I don't want. I'm always so nervous when I'm in your Discord because it's like I don't know what the fuck is going on. There's so much going on.
Okay, what did you entitle this? Oh, okay. Oh, Jesus, the glasses. All right.
It works all the way around. I'm working on the briefcase too. I'm getting a little further along with it. I'm back in Blender. I'm having a fucking great time.
Oh, I hate 3D modeling. Hey. So this is the work in progress. That nonsense.
No, it's done.
This is done. This is the Monument de Foucault.
This is the Tomb of the Unknown Foucault. This is the teeth are a tribute to this horrific painting they kept showing in this fucking documentary. and it's like marble on marble, and the glasses go around because it's marble like a bald head, and they kept projecting things on his bald head. It was one of the weirdest fucking things I've ever seen.
Do you have a link to this?
Yeah, I'll send you one.
All right. Give me a link to what the fuck you're talking about, man. So, Russia's top spy, apparently known top spy. His son is dead after he fell from an embassy in Berlin. Look, I have no other details. All I can tell you is that's one of those headlines that makes the news occasionally, and you're like, there's a lot more to that than we know. There's a lot more to that one. Yeah, window issues, exactly. Another Russian, either Russians are incredibly clumsy or they should stay away from open upper floor windows. Another Russian, this time a diplomat in Berlin, was found in a heap on the sidewalk below the Russian embassy last month, dead after an apparent fall, Der Spiegel reported. The 35-year-old man named Bellingcat was as the son of the deputy director of FSB's Second Service and the head of the FSB's Directorate for Protection of Constitutional Order, General Alexei Zalvo, was reportedly serving as a secretary at the embassy. He's also reported to have worked as the third secretary of Russia's delegation to UN in Vienna. Remains repatriated. Okay, cool. All right, I just want to look at this.
It's really fucking strange. I have peculiar tastes. Reverend Meat Toad and Absurd Buddhist were there, and a couple other people, and they said they enjoyed it too. And we found the whole thing really fucking weird. You have to see at least one of the sequences of Foucault walking around, like really fast. It opens with that, and then the projecting stuff on his head, and you have to see that horrific fucking painting that is right next to that guy. So, yeah, it starts out here. He's walking around, and then he's like walking faster, and then sometimes he just like looks over his shoulder. I respect Ghost of Corey Haim's ability to find obscure people like this because he proved himself before, and he's like, I can't find the dude. And I was like, what the fuck? I bet he's dead.
They took him out.
There's all this weird video stuff.
Labyrinths of modern experience, madness, criminality, perversion.
Yeah, I know what Foucault specialized in. All right, I just want the visuals.
Yeah, just play the visuals for a second because they're interesting. It's a really interesting thing to watch because they have like a very 90s mainstream. They know that they're talking to a very 90s mainstream idea of homosexuality, and so they're not like they don't like demean it or anything, but they're like.
Dirtling, I figured as much.
There's this thing where he says Foucault said about San Francisco, I love San Francisco because of all the gays, and I'm a homosexual. And what I think what he meant by that
found the painting.
Oh, there's the painting. There's the fucking painting. Look at that shit. Look at that shit. That's like the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. But that's why I had the teeth.
So with that...
Isn't that horrible? It's art, okay? I put 1993 on it because that was the year the documentary was made.
So, let's see. Hang on. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Yeah.
Thank you, Caboose.
All right.
Thanks, Kizbox.
Interesting.
This lady I know was going to pay $250 to go up in a hot air balloon recently, and she's like 80, but she's real strong. She's real sturdy, and she's like, I got to do it. And I'm like, okay. And I'm like, well, if you like it, just wait for the right moment and give them a shove, and then you have your own hot air balloon business, And she goes, sometimes I talk to professors and stuff, and I'm like, I just want to get in there. But with you, I don't want anywhere near that.
You're like, good. The plan is working. Dude. All right. So this guy really is difficult to find.
Yeah, he's unknown.
Like
We must have tributes to him.
you legitimately would need to contact David Stewart, the director, and ask him, who the fuck was that?
David Stewart isn't telling anybody. I wonder what. I'll send him a note.
Yeah. Oh my God. Have you seen the other shit that David Stewart does?
No, I think the whole thing is. You should watch that documentary sometime because it's really fucking strange. And if they made anything else that's like anywhere in my interest, I would love to see it.
He did a bunch of TV documentary series. He did one on Jack Kerouac.
Interesting.
Alan McGee, In the Name of the Father, which sounds sketchy. Stephen King, Shining in the Dark TV movie documentary. The Search for the Loch Ness Monster. The Gunfight at the OK Corral. Custer's Last Stand. Stonehenge. Inside the Mind of Adolf Hitler. Murder in Rome. Out of Africa, The Incredible Human Journey. He did an episode of Wheeler Dealers.
That even with that list, the Foucault thing is an outlier, is it not? It's so strange.
Well, I mean, he seems to just be interested in interesting people. Let's see, Tony Parsons, The Art of Boxing. He did a whole bunch of episodes for Horizon, the TV series documentary show. Oceans of the Solar System, The Trouble with Space Junk, Where is Flight MH370, Sugar versus Fat, Dinosaurs, The Hunt for Life. He did Space's Deepest Secrets, Inside a Monster Black Hole, Dark Secret of the Universe, Attack of Space Junk, and Alien Oceans. Huh.
He seems like a hoot.
Yeah, you'd have to contact David Stewart and ask him, who the fuck was that, man?
It'd be weird if they, dug him up for that. Like, did that Pope thing?
I mean, cause Guy Fawkes wasn't right. He was partway there. One, his means were fucked. Two, he was an incompetent beyond belief. Three, he turned immediately. And four, he wanted a theocracy, not a monarchy, right? Like, I seem to recall that. I mean, yeah, he was like, fuck the monarchy, but like the shit he wanted was way worse. Like, it was legitimately a good thing that he wasn't successful. All right, let me close all my has stuff here. I can't. I can just.
We're on the stupidest timeline.
We legitimately are on the stupidest timeline. I love one of the comments. Hurt ego hurts. Oh God, newsflash. Everybody's coming after you and infrared. It's wartime. Bro, so true. I love when dudes use the full breadth of their vocabulary to engage in written self-suck copium. Much heroic. So Sigma. Oh, God. He's so fucking dumb, man. He's so astoundingly dumb.
He's got a niche though. He's doing better than me.
Dude, you don't want to like the shit he had to say to get there. Trust me. Like I watched him on the come up. I mean, I could probably tell you exactly what you need to do if you want to gain traction like he did. I'm not sure you're willing to do it.
Yeah, I would have done it anyway. I helped a troll grow up recently though.
Hey.
He's like, I'm just upset about how divided everybody is, and I'm like, buddy, you're kind of approaching it from a weird angle. So, yeah,
it's like you're kind of the problem, bro. Like you're not helping. Oh, hang on. Do I still have the headline? Please tell me I have the headline. Yes, I do. Did you hear about the Chicago police officer?
No, the last thing I heard about Chicago police is the thing with their boots.
Okay.
Where they left them there and the protest of the jab, and then all their boots were gone in like 5 minutes because people took them to people who need shoes or something.
Here's the headline. All right, this isn't even Fox News. Here's the headline. CPD officer, Chicago Police Department for everybody else, a CPD officer hit in chest after gun discharges during argument with wife. The wife is also a police officer.
Yeah, I love how everything becomes a disembodied gun.
That's a funny way of saying a cop shot another cop in the middle of a domestic violence argument, huh?
Is this the one where she's a cop too?
Yeah. She's a cop.
Yeah.
He's dead now. He was in critical.
Oh, did he die?
He was in critical condition when we talked about it last on stream. He's dead. Yeah. Oh. And so dead men tell no tales. So
thank you for your service.
Yeah. It's like somebody did the math, the 40% math. Apparently it's like 64% if their math was correct. Because 40% increase, you have a 40% increased chance of being involved in a domestic violence incident if you live with or involved with a police officer. And we're like, what's the number if they're both cops? And somebody like did the math and they said 64%. So, yeah. He's no longer on active duty. Oh, God. Jesus, Exel said, I have a friend who's a cop in Arizona. He said that whenever they have a cop fuck up, the majority of the time, they transferred in from Chicago. Yeah, he fucking, like, I want to know. I want to know the details. They're not even releasing their fucking names, right? Like, I just want to know the details. Did he get violent and she pulled the gun in self-defense? Did he pull the gun and threaten her and she tried to wrestle it away from him and it went off in the struggle and she shot him in the fucking chest? Like, I want to know the details.
Being looked at by internal affairs?
Yeah, like, how'd it go down? I want to know. They put our fucking business all over the news whenever it happens, right? Meanwhile, this fucking thing, they're not even releasing their goddamn names. It's like fucking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sentences long, without including the no further information available.
Sure that they just both woke up in the middle of the night. Each thought the other was robbing their house. They didn't comply with police orders to each other because each one thought it's all understandable.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Here's another headline that's just adorable. Taliban officials to run Afghanistan's hospitals and clinics, but lack of expertise has worsened the crisis. Quote, They don't know how to use a computer, let alone be a doctor.
That's what I'm telling you. China's going to take over Afghanistan by giving them free phones.
Literally, like, quote, the country's health system is on the verge of collapse after salaries have been left unpaid and medicine stocks dwindled with the suspension of foreign aid following the Taliban takeover. Taliban officials and fighters have now been appointed to oversee hospitals and clinics, but their lack of expertise and basic education is worsening the crisis, provoking a culture clash with medics and health staff. Staff alleged new administrators. Afghanistan's new rulers are having to take over running of the state, find jobs for thousands of former insurgents, and also cope with a brain drain of fleeing professionals afraid to live under the restored Islamic Emirate. Staff has stated that new administrators at times appeared more intent on enforcing separation of male and female employees or discussing points of religion than running a public health system. No, really? I'm shocked. Really, I'm shocked at that. New appointees were also accused of demanding that Taliban supporters and their families receive preferential medical assistance.
This is terrible optics for them because didn't the Taliban run on, if you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor?
Yes, I do believe that was one of their selling points. One doctor at a hospital in Jalalabad, 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 who also declined to be named in case of reprisal, stated, quote, "Our administration department is now completely controlled by the Taliban. We were asking them to make a new schedule for staff, and they were not able to do that small thing. They don't know how to use a computer. They can't do the payroll." Oh, God. I know I shouldn't laugh, but I'm sorry. Like, look, they're authoritarian theocrats, right? Just because we dicked them over, and we did dick them over. No one forget about that. We did dick them over. But just because we dick them over doesn't make their underlying philosophies and ideologies any less subject to mockery by an anarchist, right? They're authoritarian theocrats. Fuck them. They're misogynistic, they're homophobic, they're transphobic, they're murderous nut jobs, right? Fuck those guys. Fuck those guys, right? Putting them in charge of a healthcare system is a fucking joke. Like, it's funny. It's legitimately funny. Yeah. Real world problems. Dude, people are going to die because of this. There's no getting around that. People are going to die. But this is gallows humor territory, right? Like, dude, Taliban hospital administrator. Tell me that doesn't have sketch comedy written all over it.
Sure, you laugh now, but in 10 to 15 years, they'll have maybe trained a doctor or an accountant.
Yes, you can, Chaotica. You can do both. ¿Por qué no los dos? We created them and then dicked them over. Yeah, we did. Well, yes. There's caveats, there's nuances that normally I would bring up when discussing the Taliban, given that, you know, fucking the Imam in the early 90s who literally did create the Taliban, but he was inspired by Mujahideen territory, which we, of course, set up to blah, 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 blah. There's nuance and details that normally I would cover here. But yes, with an asterisk. It's got fucking sketch comedy written all over it. Like, it's a Taliban hospital administrator. So many people are gonna suffer under that shit.
Islam, you know, from all of my understandings, is pretty friendly towards healthcare too. This is not. This is just people's interpretations of. And see, this is the problem with so-called sacred texts written by man
is that they're open to interpretation, just like every other work of fiction. Right? We have works of fiction with literal like interviews with the authors. Okay? Like Tolkien. Tolkien sat down and did interviews, and people still maintain that The Lord of the Rings is allegory for the First World War. Tolkien explicitly stated, in no way, shape, or form is it allegory for the First World War. You may be able to make an argument that it was inspired by, due to his service in, but he unequivocally stated that it is not allegory for the First World War. People then say it's allegory for the First World War. This is an author of a piece of work who we have on record stating, and then we have people arguing the opposite, right? What do you think's going to happen with something like the fucking Quran or the Talmud or the Bible, right? Like, why would he be persecuted for admitting it was? Like, fucking, he was friends with C.S. Lewis, and C.S. Lewis is like, this ain't allegory. Aslan is Jesus, bitch. Like, C.S. Lewis was straight out there with it, and he was best friends with fucking C.S. Lewis. Right? Like, it's... I sure hope they do too, Chaotica. But... I mean, look, it's not exactly a stable region.
They don't even do public maimings anymore.
Oh, no. They're bringing back hand chopping.
Oh, they are?
Yeah, the leader of the new Taliban-led administration stated that it's a part of our culture and that it's an intrinsic part of, like, oh yeah, like straight up, he came out and like woke scolded people for fucking, how dare you tell us not to chop people's hands off? Yeah.
Well, good for him.
Caboose, it's never been a particularly stable region. One could argue that European meddling and Asiatic meddling through the region due to the spice trade and the Silk Road dating back into, you know, early history, definitely could have disrupting influences. But it's never been a particularly stable area for at least the last 1,000 years. Let's just put it that way. They've had some significant empires. They've had some significant periods of academic growth and stability. All sorts of learned men and women came from the Islamic tradition once upon a time. Outside of the region, still a thing. But inside the region, they've had some troubles. Can we blame Alexander the Great? It goes back further. It may actually go back further. My history of the region is spotty enough to me to say that I wouldn't make a declarative statement on that one yet. Here's another fun headline. Quote, "This sun isn't normal. Extreme UV radiation is broiling Bolivia's highlands." Bolivia's highland city of La Paz has been hit by, quote, "an unusual heat wave with levels of ultraviolet radiation soaring off the previously calibrated charts." So apparently they had an unusually low cloud cover, which some experts say that's your climate change right there. And the levels of UV radiation in recent weeks hit 21 on a scale that goes to 20. So
That's not good.
You know, it goes up to 11, y'all. This is the first thing I thought when I saw that 21 on a 20 scale. I was like, it goes up to 11. All right, cool. Yep, Rev was there with me, so the speaker goes up to 11. Rev, great minds. That the gays are getting out, Kez?
Are you doing bad movie night tonight?
Mm-hmm.
What's on the menu?
We don't necessarily 26 or so. Nice. We don't necessarily know. We do have some asylum films that we want to do, like Titanic 2 and shit like that.
That's a real thing.
They
made it.
Yeah, it's a real thing.
Is it a joke?
I mean, it's an asylum film. They're all kind of jokes.
I'm not sure.
But not like not like that. It's not like Scary Movie, right? Where it's no. So yeah, we don't have anything specifically slated, but we do have some stuff that we're considering. Last week we finished up our we did a triple feature so we could get to the funny number. We're now at 69 bad movies viewed.
Nice.
We did a snake triple feature. We did fucking Anaconda.
Nice.
Hard
Good
Ticket to Hawaii, and Snakes on a Plane.
Classic.
Some sense says, what are we going to eat?
I don't know. What have you decided? Have you come up with anything? Oh my God.
Women, am I right?
Yeah, you are right. I ended my stream earlier than I wanted to last night because I'm like, well, I'm going to go hang out with Some Sense for a while because we've been watching The Haunting of Bly House or what? It's Bly House or Bly Manor, and it's pretty good. But she wasn't watching that. She was watching Shameless. And you can't talk to Some Sense when she's watching Shameless. And she was just so upset with me. And she said, look, you don't have to leave, but you have to shut the fuck up. And so I drew
The Haunting of Bly Manor.
Yeah, it's really good. She said that there was like an earlier series of it called The Haunting of Something Else, and it's pretty good. She said that one's pretty good, but this one's good. It's got this little girl named Flora, and she's always like, Flora Residence. So I'm going to use that whenever I answer
The Haunting of Hill House, Kez says.
Haunting of Hill House, yeah. That's supposed to be good too, but...
Kaiser, when are you not? No,
we just watched Bram Stoker's Dracula on a beautiful TV. So fucking classic. The last good movie that man made.
Yeah.
And
and
she was like, she was just sucked in.
Also, I forget who I remember because it was a fucking. I learned today I'm apparently related to my sister. I mean, we both comment on shows all the time, even though we're 19 years apart. That's an interesting. It's an interesting way to open a statement.
It's like that Dennis Quaid movie, only it was with his father.
I learned today that I'm related to my sister. Did you not think you were? Don't know. Yeah, I don't watch any of this kind of shit, like the hauntings and the fucking.
Me neither.
Yeah, it's not my
fucking me neither because they suck. But this is a good show.
Yeah, it's not my bag. May watch. You know what? We'll see. We got a few on the list that are already downloaded, and we've got a few that are on the list of to-dos anyway. Caboose, yeah, that's my immediate go-to. I'm like, wait, aren't you already related to your sister? Oh, I had I was watching interview with Jeff Bridges.
Yeah.
And he was talking about
How bad Matrix Reloaded is?
I mean,
Fucking terrible.
he was talking about how he was in some movie years ago where like he had the daughter and they like flew the geese somewhere or some shit, some fucking heartfelt movie. And he you know, she was like 12 at the time or some shit, right? Like that, right? Oh, okay. All right, fair enough, Mosh. And he says, you know, it's a really sweet movie, and she was my co-star in it. She was my daughter. He goes, so anyway, I'm doing this movie. And this director, he's written this script, which is partially based on his own father. His father was kind of a piece of shit. And he says, basically, it's, I'm a professor, and I'm going to have an affair with one of my students. And he comes to me and goes, Jeff, I just want you to know the person who's been cast for that role is, and I forget her fucking name, it's the chick who played his daughter a bunch of, like 6 years ago. And now she's 6 or 8 years ago. And now she's like a 20-year-old, right? And he goes, he's like, dude, he's like, I know. Like, I know, right? He says, so fast forward. We're doing a scene. And she's coming on to me. And I'm supposed to put my hands up her shirt. And I've got my hands on her breasts. And they yell, cut. And they're like, hang on, let's change the lighting. Right? And he says, so I'm standing there with my hands on her tits. On the girl who used to play my daughter in a family-friendly movie. He goes, and I'm just sort of like trying to look around and not be in this moment. And she all of a sudden goes, hey, Jeff, look out the window. Geese.
Is it Anna Paquin?
It's Anna Paquin.
It's okay.
Yeah. He's like, it's like, oh my God, that is rough. Like, that's a rough thing for an actor. Like, that's just rough. He's old enough to be her granddad, let alone like her father in the previous movie. Yeah, she's a fucking troll and a half, right? Like, she knows what's up. She knows how awkward this is. It's just, look out the window. Geese. It's like, oh.
She's probably having a great time.
Oh, yeah, she's probably laughing her ass off. Meanwhile, poor Jeff's sitting there like, can we hurry up with the lighting? Yeah, she's fucking laughing her ass off, guaranteed. Meanwhile, poor old dude. Yeah, I love Jeff Bridges. I love Jeff Bridges.
Yeah, I like Jeff Bridges too.
He told in the same interview, he told the story about how he got the newsroom and how it rebooted his career, basically. But like that, the scene, right? The scene that everybody knows from the newsroom, the fucking rant about how America isn't the best. That was a late addition. That was not initially in the script. Sorkin rewrote the script basically like with 2 weeks before they started filming and said like, we need something. We need a kick in the teeth. We need a hook, right? So he wrote this monologue for Jeff, and Jeff was like, "This is it."
I think it's Jeff Daniels.
Jeff Daniels. Sorry. Yeah. Fucking, I always get them twisted in my head for some reason.
I understand. Fucking Jeff Bridges made me cry in the Coen Brothers True Grit. Oh my God, he's so good.
They're the same fucking person in my head for whatever reason.
No, they're not. I
I
understand why you get them confused. I get the names confused sometimes.
Yeah, they're the same fucking person in my head. And he was saying how like, you know, we didn't have a show yet. We didn't have a show. Right? HBO had not signed off on it yet. They were okay with the pilot. They're like, let's see a pilot. And so he fucking memorized it. They were filming like a ways out. Wherever they were filming was like about a 2-hour drive away from like the valley. And so he said everybody came out to see. right? Like everybody was coming out to watch to see if they had jobs or not, basically. And like all of the top ranks at HBO were there to watch the filming. And he says, I do the first take of that scene, and Sorkin walks up. And this is just me as an actor, as somebody who's got theater experience. This is just one of the coolest fucking things for me. One, also, Sorkin writes some of the best dialogue. To be able to read Sorkin dialogue on a show is great. Like, he writes amazing dialogue. Daniels does the fucking scene, right? He does the scene that everybody knows from the newsroom, and fucking Sorkin walks out, and all he says is, he goes, "You're pitching a no-hitter. I'm not going to talk to you." And he just walks away. They just kept going. That was the take. We're done. Like, just keep filming. Yeah, he just walks out, fucking leans into him, says, "You're pitching a no-hitter. I'm not going to talk to you." And that was the last he heard from Sorkin. Yeah. He's like, we had a show. I was like, that's fucking badass. Right? As somebody who understands the sports reference, right? I get the superstition in the sports reference. And, you know, as somebody who's acted, I'm like, that's fucking badass. That's fucking cool as shit, man. A no-hitter. Basically, when a pitcher in baseball is pitching a no-hitter, meaning nobody's managed to hit the ball yet, Distrin, it's super bad luck to even talk to or mention it. You just hands off. The manager doesn't talk to the pitcher. The fucking players don't talk to the pitcher. You do nothing that could potentially upset the rhythm and the vibe of that moment. And so you just...
And if you do, you fucked it up.
Yeah. You don't fucking... Hands off. No one fucking talks to him. Yeah, it's one of the coolest fucking things in sports, and for that to happen in acting, it's just a really cool moment from like that perspective, as somebody who's been on that side of things before, to have somebody like Aaron Sorkin, who writes amazing dialogue. Go watch The West Wing. Go watch The Newsroom. The man writes amazing dialogue. To have Aaron Sorkin write a masterpiece of a monologue for you, and to walk up and say, "You're pitching a no-hitter, I'm not going to talk to you," and then just not talk to you from there on out, right? You're doing something right with that character. You're doing something right with that monologue. It's a really cool moment for an actor. Yeah. I was like, that's a fucking cool story. Like, that's a fucking cool-ass story to have. Oh, God. What?
It's a good policy, too, generally. If somebody's, like, fucking tuned in, don't fuck with them.
It depends on what aspect we're talking about, guys, because, I mean, Okra's not entirely wrong. The DoD does have a writing division, and they do get heavily invested in some military projects, right? Like, they do dictate certain script elements for certain projects, what can and can't be said, what aspects of it we want you to talk about. There are those projects, but to say that, like, you know, the government stepped in on the newsroom and said, you can't say that, that's not how that works. But if you get funding and if you get a military advisor and you get funding from the government, oh yeah, they have say. Yeah. And which a lot of those sort of like battlefield type projects, they get that. They get military advisors assigned from the DoD, and they will say stuff like, we'd really prefer if you know, X, Y, or Z. So it's a thing that happens. It's not like in every movie thing, but it is a thing that has potential to happen. Yeah, it happened in Top Gun. Yeah, infamously. It's happened
in major Hollywood productions.
In major Hollywood productions that feature military aspects that have DoD advisors on set that are receiving some assets. They're filming on base. They're filming with airplanes that we have loaned them. They're, you know, those sorts of things. Yeah, they do get to set certain stipulations. That happens. Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's right. It's by far not an every movie thing, but it does happen. Yeah. So it's just sort of a little nuance to that conversation that's happening. So, yeah, I fucking, have you ever seen, oh God, I'm spacing his name. Mark Veltri. That's who I'm at. Marcus Veltri. That's who I'm after.
I don't think I know that name.
He's a classically trained pianist who goes on like Omegle, the fucking like, the site infamous for like dudes jacking it, like random cam shit. Like you can just connect to a random stranger and like you just got to sort through all the dudes jacking off and shit like that. He goes on. He's a classically trained pianist who has perfect pitch and a near eidetic memory. And so like fuck him like 8 Ways to Sunday, right? And he'll just take song requests. I went down a fucking rabbit hole of his videos like earlier in the week. And it's absolutely ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. Like,
is he the guy that did he was like dressed up like Michael Myers?
That's him. That's Marcus Veltri.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. It's absolutely absurd. And like, if he doesn't know the song, he'll be like, "Oh, well, can I listen to it?" And he'll listen to like 5-7 seconds of the song, and then he's reproducing it perfectly. And you're like, Jesus fucking Christ, man. What is that like in a fucking head? Like, right? He hears it exactly as it's supposed to be, and he can replicate it.
Is he in Mensa?
For sure. For sure. What? What is your deal? Like, how have you riled people up, Okra? What are you fucking going off about?
I don't know if Substance is ever going to make up her mind about food.
I mean, leftovers.
I don't think we have any.
Oh, God. Tom Cruise is totally CIA. Kirstie Alley 2. Tom Hanks. Scientology. Wait, are you stating that Scientology is a CIA op?
It might be one of the creepiest ones.
Because I'm not sure that's a take I've heard before.
Leah Remini was a CIA agent.
Apparently, I'm a rich fuck who left America in the hands of rich capitalists. Oh, and I'm a CIA psyop or some shit. Interesting. Good to know. Kaz, cool. Have you seen Scientology and the CIA in the same room together?
I always think of this concept of the CIA Christmas party. And I keep thinking about like different, like I always think about Osama bin Laden going to the same CIA Christmas party for like 20 years, right? And then like I need to mix in Tom Cruise because I think that's a missing element.
Oh God. All right, so it's part of the MK Ultra program. Here's all I need to know is if I search for Scientology MK Ultra, one of the first links that comes up is fucking Scientology, the CIA, and MK Ultra Illuminati Mind Control DVD on the houseofnubian.com. Oh, I'm sold. That's
Could you not be?
there may be better connections than that, and I hope there are. But like, oof. Jesus Christ. Oh, Reddit conspiracy threads. how Charles Manson, Scientology, MK Ultra, Boys Town, and some other stuff are all connected. Oh.
Programmable matter.
Oh Jesus, they're rapping. This guy's rapping in Heinlein as well. And Jack Parsons. And Aleister Crowley.
It's so funny about how Heinlein like hated hippies, and then like the whole like latter part of his life, all these hippies would show up at his house, and he's like, "Fuck off, hippies."
If you want like yo lay down the MK Ultra raps, if you want some shit, right? Son of Saturn. If you want to hear some like conspiracy fucking rap, Son of Saturn is where you want to go. See if I can oh, what's a good one? Late Kez. Sleep well. Let's see. You know what? Fuck it. Maybe this one. We'll do this one.
Chronic prophets watching Kasha's consciousness augment. Gayatri mantra pops from the Anahata song sent from the truth of a Suda's lips to get you all bent. I'm all fist blind like Ninja Gaiden, not sense to divine in my brothers and sisters alike. It's the Aquarian age taking flight like Egyptian gliders, and vipers hydroplaning the Nile climbing to the Mesopotamian horizon. Eyes cannot see the supreme being, no words can express it. Dharana concentration, meditate on the essence. Namaste, ingesting the blessings like Catholics taking confession. Unleash the coil power through 7 lotus flowers, placed through the 33 vertebrae of the specimen. I leave greed, diseased MCs laying prostrate in their excrement. Levitate and escape the impetuous wheel of samsara, eradicating the dead within, merging with God consciousness beyond karma. Breathe calm prana, peace to the god Siddhartha Gautama, concentrating under a Bodhi tree, also known as bowl, feasting on sacred figs. Exalted states in the face of bliss, calm, contained, trained in the ancient glyphs, placed within the altered states, ascend the physical, the madness in the Maha Karuna, yin yang blending of the spiritual.
I didn't promise you rhythm.
Not your typical MC simpletons, not even a vague resemblance. The sentences float up the sound current and pound impermanence into the lifted existence of the mystics.
The was a fucking oxygen, before pranayama till there's no more fucking oxygen left for the planet. Blessed with grammar, message gives answers, and light while y'all are crazy. Got more soul and flow than the Tigris and Euphrates. Spit the science to amazing chronic mastery. Son of Saturn, I'm the LCOP, sonically blast MCs beyond a barnacle's blasphemy. Super consciousness brings forth lyric compass samadhi to reroute the ungodly. Obviously, stepping into this is fucking insane. Dumb fucks looking like a moth in the flame. Ross in the game, put your jaw on the slang, don't cross the sage. Shit hits the fans when you're tossed off the stage. Catharsis of rage, evaporate legs, obliterate states. Face split of a shapeshifter, sickest lord, slash with sickle swords. Your raps are fickle and poor, y'all making me bored. You don't wanna clash with the titan smash, what you be writing is whack on a light and you're full of crap like a diaper. Stop spitting on my ears, getting hyper. I put my crown on the demon's feet, watch them become godly. Moving the crowds at easy feet, I'm strong with jaws on me. Channeling Bob Marley, so devils stay shook. Sheep are more retarded than pillow fights on fucking Facebook.
Yo, the Atma-Tathas, 24 categories of non-sentient existence. Saturn's one sun and 61 moons loom lunar resemblance of a mind multiplied throughout the elements. Turn off your televisions and inhale the rhythms. Vibrational cell division, food for the sheath of matter. Shakti meets Shiva and completes the energy ladder. Receiving the ether's data. Akashic ancestors, master builders, LCOB, the masters. Tapping in with the pranayama, Maha Yoga. Composed, uninterrupted, and effortless. Breath of fire intervals, repetitive, immune to the pestilence. We move to the precipice.
Rev. You catch how many references they're dropping there? to like, oh, you guys have to know, like, dude, there's so much like spirit science hippie woo woo bullshit that just got dropped. Like, it is so all over the place with that shit. Yeah. Basically, your true self has been stolen from you by like fucking demons. And if you successfully tap into the higher vibrational frequencies of the higher dimensional states, then you unlock superpowers. It's ridiculous. And it's all secret ancient knowledge that has been hidden and stolen by, hold on. Let me just check my notes here. Hang on. Yeah, white people. So yeah, it's an interesting thing. Son of Saturn. Yeah, it's quite the rabbit hole to go down if you want to go down one. We've actually done in-depth on the fucking Kabbalah before. Seed of Life, Tree of Life, Kabbalah, Metatron's Cube, all that sort of shit. There's a motherfucker on Twitch that claims to be an anarchist who's trying to lead a cult that does all that spirit science bullshit. Yeah.
He sent me an explainer that was only 3 hours long. And I'm like, bro. But I put it on, and actually the first like 4 minutes and 20 seconds there's actually something to it.
There's always something to it.
Like it's an explanation. No, because before I was like, I couldn't even grasp what the fuck. I mean, it's like, what? Can you give me an example? Because it's just like, you're just saying words. I need you to bring it fucking home for me a little bit, you know? I did a little bit.
Yeah, that's how all that fucking mystic voodoo religious bullshit works. It's a kernel of truth, right? It's a Barnum statement at the end of the day. Right? It's you hand it to anybody and they'll see some of themselves in it. That's how you hook them.
I just had a weird thought about Paseo and Cuckoo trying to care for elephants. And it scared the fuck out of me.
Just throwing his Metatron's Cube. Is that fucking, is that a spiritual Autobot? Here's Metatron's Cube. So. We communicate mind to mind with energetic vibrations. Yeah, we call them sound waves. They're words. Use your words. Dude, this shit is fucking weird as shit.
But they have a niche.
Yes. Caboose. Yes. Same. And they will claim. How's that? Who deleted that shit? I was thinking about making a dice game like some Sumerian gods, random verbs, spiritual energy word, and bam, you can start your own cult. That would work, actually. That would work. That was Megatron. And really? That small? That's Megatron. Would be the Transformer. Just FYI. I mean, they didn't. And that's not the origin of his name. But yeah, Megatron is derived from Megatronus, which is one of the legendary original 13 primes within the Transformers lore. Yeah. Oh, well, you know. Oh, I mean, you know. Are you shocked that fucking New Ages like misappropriated, repurposed, recategorized, mischaracterized, that sort of thing? I mean, because that's kind of their entire shtick, right? That's kind of what they do. They take stuff from other cultures, other religions, and run it through the filter. And I mean, the Catholics did that. It's one of my favorite things about the fucking Catholics, by the way, was their willingness to run the grift. Like when they showed up in Ireland, that's one of my favorite fucking stories about the Catholic Church. Is when they show up in Ireland and the Celts have the concept of fairies and fairyland, right? And the Catholics just roll with the punches. They're like, oh yeah, no, we have that too. That's purgatory. That's purgatory. What you're seeing is, and they just like on the fly improv purgatory to align with somebody else's culture and ideology, and they're like, yeah, fuck it, we'll just wrap that into, yeah, whatever. Don't fight against it. Just make it ours too. And they just fucking totally appropriate the concept and just run with it. That's such a grifter move. It's such a fucking grifter move. Oh. I mean, let's face it, Jesus is just fucking Horus. I mean, it's fucking ridiculous, the comparisons. Jesus, Mithras, Horus, they're all the same story. Like that's yeah. It's all the fucking same story. Horus, born of the Virgin Isis. Jesus, born of the Virgin Mary. Hold on, I'll get a list. I'll get the fucking list.
When's the last time we had a good virgin birth?
I know, right? That'd be nice.
It's been too long.
Born on birthday December 25th, even though adjusted calendars would put it elsewhere. Both are ascribed to December 25th. North Star led wise men to him when he was born. Eastern Star led 3 wise men to him when he was born. Taken to Egypt to escape the wrath of Herod. Taken to Egypt to escape the wrath of Typhon. Taught in the temple as a child. Baptized by John the Baptist at 30, had 12 disciples. Baptized by Anup, the baptizer at 30, had 12 disciples. Performed miracles, walked on water. Raised Lazarus from the dead. Raised Elzaurus from the dead. Was transfigured on a mount. Titles include the Way, the Truth, the Light, the Messiah, God's Anointed Son, Son of Man, the Good Shepherd, Lamb of God, the Word, the Morning Star, the Light of the Word, the Light of the World. Titles include the Way, the Truth, the Light, the Messiah, God's Anointed Son, Son of Man, the Good Shepherd, Lamb of God, the Word, the Morning Star, and the Light of the World. Crucified, buried in a tomb and resurrected. One of these stories was supposedly written down 2,000 years ago, and the other one was written down 5,000 years ago. It's the same fucking story. And also Mithras completely overlaps as well. So, sorry.
Horace has always been the shaft. Shout out to Horace Grant.
Horace is pumping Jesus full of cum in heaven right now. Yeah, it's a thing. It's a thing. Rev, yeah, I mean the co-opting of Christianity. By Christianity, not of Christianity, but by Christianity. Yeah, it's one of their most successful tactics. Oh, for fuck's sake, miss me with that fucking shit. In astrology, the age of Aquarius was to meet with a battle with Saturn. Currently, they're both conjugation in earthsky.org, astronomy essentials, great Jupiter Saturn conjunction, December 21st, 2020. Whatever. I always love that argument, Mosh. I love that. It's not the first time I've encountered it. I love it. Yeah, but you can't argue against Thor's existence, or Thor argued to claim to protect us against the Jotun. And have you seen any Jotun around? Checkmate. See, I think, and Nonsense will back me up on this one because I think we've both done this routine. I think Judas is the holiest of them all. I think Judas was the true bro of Christ, knowing what needed to be done, knowing that the plan that the Father had laid out, and knowing the sacrifice that Jesus had to make. Jesus couldn't just throw himself into that willingly. There had to be some orchestration, and Judas was the one who picked up the knife for all intents and purposes and made the job get done. Judas is the like mankind savior in this story. Judas is the one who did the job that needed doing, knowing that it was the thing that would cast him out.
And it's always like that too. I mean, like the best guy like helping out God is the fucking devil. I mean, he's the prosecutor. Like if it wasn't for the devil, nothing would ever happen to bad people.
Yeah. See, y'all
and look at how you get shit on.
Yeah, y'all are just characterizing the bad guy, the wrong bad guys. That's all. The good guys in those stories are the devil and Judas, and they get shat on all the time. Satan needs a union. I absolutely adore. I mean, everybody knows I love this fucking. Satan has killed fewer people than God for certain.
Well, I mean, just the idea, we're like, some people would say, in a Christian nation. And those people who say that it's a Christian nation refuse to fucking do anything about corruption. And who would do anything do something about corruption? The fucking devil.
Yeah, of course I'm dismissing your astrology. Astrology's fucking bullshit. Why would I even acknowledge your astrology? It's fucking hooey woo-woo fucking new agey bullshit filled with Barnum statements. Right? Fucking horoscopes are the definition of Barnum statements. Right? Like this is do I need to fucking dig up James Randi and fucking reanimate him? Yeah. Of course I fucking dismissed your astrology. It's fucking bullshit. Wow, that's awesome. So Pisces of you.
It would be so awesome to reanimate James Randi, and then reanimated James Randi calls bullshit that he's not actually reanimated.
I know, right?
And then he disappears.
My favorite. Look, I adore this book. This is my favorite part. Right in the front, right in the dedication. Rules for Radicals is dedicated. Lest we forget at least an over-the-shoulder acknowledgement to the very first radical from all our legends, mythology, and history, and who is to know where mythology leaves off and history begins, or which is even which. The first radical known to man who rebelled against the establishment and did it so effectively that he at least won his own kingdom, Lucifer. Alinsky knew what he was doing, too. He's fucking doing a little bit of trolling there, right? He's fucking with people. Like
Lucifer, if you're listening, call the show.
He's fucking with people. Like, while we're at it, let's dedicate this book to the fucking devil. Well, Lucifer, if you fucking, yeah, it's the light bringer, blah, blah, blah. I know all the distinctions. Miss me with the fucking weird Masonic mystery religions of Egypt, original interpretation and reading of what Lucifer and Luciferian actually mean. Look, I know all that shit. Miss me with that shit. It's being used colloquially. He means the fucking devil, right? Like, I love that. Like, yeah, he's doing a little trolling. Oh, Nixa. Trust me, I started the show talking about that shit. Oh, he is so dumb. He's so dumb, Nixa. No gods, no masters. Oh, Nixa, I loved it. Oh, Karina. Yeah, well, this is where you descriptive versus prescriptive arguments break down pretty quickly. All right, first off, fuck the Washington Post, just for their fucking bullshit.
Oh, that reminds me. Did you see that Pete Davidson is dating Kim Kardashian?
No, for fuck's sake. Oh, like I care.
Pete always gets it though. I don't know what the deal is with Pete, but he always gets it.
So, by the way, the Fraternal Order of Police Lodge means the fucking police union. Yeah. They were selling whiskey on the internet. Isn't that illegal?
I think, well,
yeah.
Because of COVID, you could order wine, I think.
Oh, no. One of the few non-police officers in the room spoke up. The woman who is the union leader's paralegal. Is this, like, legal? And Andy Mabu, the then lodge's president, who made the recording and shared it with the Washington Post. Yes, absolutely. The Jack Daniels committee was a go. Working from a clubhouse near the FBI field office, sold more than 3,000 bottles of whiskey. Yeah, sale of hard liquor is tightly regulated, and shipment of hard liquor even more so. They never obtained any permits to sell the liquor or ship it across state lines. It was all sold illegally without proper licensing and shipped in violation of the law. They took in more than $500,000, but spent nearly all of it on expenses and travel. They submitted reimbursements for 72,706 miles of driving in 2 years, enough to circle the Earth 2.9 times. Oh.
Where did they go?
This is such a fucking grift. This is such a grift. Oh my God. This is amazing. This is fucking amazing. Yeah, DC police investigated, but prosecutors declined to file charges. Can't imagine why. If it was ever against the law, we would have never have done it. Yeah. Yeah, somebody would have said something. If the FOP were doing something illegal, somebody would have said that. Yeah. Sure. That's selling alcohol without a license, and it's a crime, said a Nashville attorney specializing in liquor regulations.
Yeah, see, I think you can't. I think just recently, because of COVID, you could actually get like liquor and beer through the, or not like
no,
wine
you
and
can
beer
you can get it
through the mail.
You can get it,
but you
mailed.
have to. But
Yeah.
you have to actually be a.
You could, yeah, like that's you can get it mailed. There's liquor distributors and shit like that will like you can buy online and stuff, but they're licensed for it.
Yeah, that's the.
They didn't just buy a bunch of fucking liquor and start turning it online. Which is, look, again, none of this should be a thing. None of this should be a thing. None of this should be a thing. I unironically agree with that line from fucking Parks and Rec that Ron Swanson says. He says, you know how hard it should be to start a business in this country? Hi, I have a basket of apples. Would you like to buy some apples? That's as difficult as it should be to start a business in this country. Like, I unironically feel that way about a lot of stuff. Look, shit like, you know, there's some things we need to fucking keep an eye on. But as far as selling apples goes, you know what? Fucking get the fuck out of people's business with that shit. But I'm pretty sure if I set that business up and I sold 3,000 bottles of Jack Daniels online and I made $500,000 doing it, somebody'd come a knocking.
Yeah.
Yeah. It just fucking A. Yep, basically. Ticket to 7-year-old girl for selling lemonade without a license. Gosh, I'm the last line of economic safety in this world. Goes home to sell whiskeys with cough buddies crossing state lines. I had to take an online course to get a license to sell tobacco in the state of Arkansas to work for Dollar General. The ATF and taxmen would be all over you. Oh, yeah. It's almost like we have a bureau called the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives. It's now the BATFE. Yeah. Funny how that works. I love the former president of the union's defense. Right? Like, if it were illegal, somebody would have said something. Really. Really, to the Washington, D.C. police union. Yo, yeah. Definitely somebody would have bitched. So definitely somebody would have been complaining about that one. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, Jesus. They're even painting a conspiracy. Krugel, who led the Jack Daniels committee, responded to questions through an attorney. Mr. Krugel categorically denies all allegations of wrongdoing with respect to his participation in this committee. The ongoing efforts of these rogue DC FOP members who continue to sling false allegations publicly will be met with litigation against both the DC FOP and these members individually. Oh. They bought a 53-gallon barrel of whiskey for $11,000 at the distillery in Lynchburg. The distillery put the whiskey into 240 bottles. They had them engraved with the DC Lodge's logo. And then they advertised the bottles on Facebook with a link to a PayPal account. Buyers could have the bottles.
I knew that Facebook was going to be involved. I fucking knew it.
Buyers could have the bottles shipped or pick them up at the annual police convention in DC. Oh. They were making between $8,000 and $10,000 per barrel. So, of course, they started turning them. Oh, God. This is just the origins of and problems with policing. For what it's worth, Krugel was never an actual cop, even though he was the union president. He was a security guard at Walmart. That makes it worse. That makes it worse. Yeah. Yeah, that actually makes it worse. Oh yeah, Distrin, did you not know Jack Daniels is bottled in Lynchburg, Tennessee? Oh, you meant for what it's for your information. Yeah. Yeah, that's where Jack Daniels comes from, is Lynchburg. Yeah. It's fucking
And that were no Liberty's in Virginia, but it's like Lynchburg, Virginia.
Yeah, there's a bunch of Lynchburgs. I think there's one in Kentucky, one in Virginia, one in Tennessee. I think there may be one in North Carolina too.
Creepy fucking name, yes or no?
I mean, Distrin. Yeah. It's okay. So we got Virginia, got Tennessee. All right, let me get. Okay, so it's supposed to be named after Charles Lynch, who immigrated from Galway, Ireland. Yeah.
What's his deal?
Ran a ferry business across the James River. Got into like, he petitioned to like create the town, that sort of thing. Here's the warm-hearted part that's supposed to like warm our hearts, right? He freed his own slaves during his lifetime and consistently supported the anti-slavery movement.
I don't like the name still.
Well, there has been a judge who has spoken on this as well and said that they believe to be the namesake of lynching. Yeah. So let's just say that historically speaking, it's named after James Lynch. You know. That at least that's the story we're going with. So, you know.
Apparently, Some Sense isn't talking to me anymore because she never answered my question.
Some Sense would say his story. So, Some Sense said, huh? What do you want to eat, Some Sense? I do believe is the question of the moment for you two.
Thank you, Kai. She'll never listen to me, but she'll listen to you.
Oh yeah, I know. Has draws a crowd. Dude, it's a fucking car wreck. Dude, everybody slows down to Rubberneck. I remember watching him like the first two interviews or the first two co-streams he did. And I've talked to him. Yeah. But I can show you a rally of Nazis in Madison Square Garden with like 20 to 25,000 people in attendance in America, right? Just because a lot of people show up doesn't mean it's a good thing. In fact, it's usually even worse. So Some Sense doesn't know. Some Sense just would. I don't know.
Oh my god.
So
fine, I guess we'll starve. I guess we'll fucking starve.
So if Some Sense doesn't know, that Rev is voting pizza. So that's 1 vote for pizza. All right, everybody, we're going to decide what Nonsense and Some Sense are having for dinner.
I don't know if we can get pizza right now, actually. It's getting on the late side.
What time is it for you?
It's really late for where I'm from. It's 9:44 right now.
Okay. What do you have in the house?
We don't have anything in the house.
Then get your fucking ass in gear, moron.
She's threatening me. I better go upstairs. I'll catch you later. I might stop by. Do you have any ideas on what bad movie night's going to be?
Potentially Titanic 2 and some other shit.
Oh, right. You said Titanic 2. I might have to come just to check that out.
Yeah. So, get upstairs before you get your ass whooped.
All right, man. Thanks for hanging out. I'll see you later.
Later, Nonsense. Yes, Titanic 2. There's a sequel. Not made by James Cameron. Karina, I've never had an issue. You're welcome, Some Sense. Does the ship come back as a zombie? God, I wish it did. God, I wish I did. That would be an amazing movie. Let me look at our list. Hang on. Alright, I just unarchived the list. I'm gonna read some names, and if anything jumps out, that's not a bad movie. Freddy Got Fingered, Big Trouble in Little China, Robo Geishi, The Snowman, Stone Cold, Ernest Goes to Jail, Karate Dog, Over the Top, Last Action Hero. Idle Hands. Idle Hands isn't a bad movie. Drop Dead Fred, Death Race, Island of Dr. Moreau. Again, not a bad movie. Hell Comes to Frogtown. I know that one. We watched Anaconda. No Holds Barred, Leprechaun, Killer Clowns from Outer Space, Street Fighter. Not a bad movie. Howard the Duck, Attack of the Killer Tomatoes, Super Mario, Food Fight, Pendragon Pictures, War of the Worlds, Asylum's War of the Worlds, The Amazing Bulk, The Skateboard Kid, Flash Gordon, They Live. Again, that's not a bad movie. Johnny Mnemonic, that's a bad movie. Battleship. I remember that fuck your username. I remember that. When the Australian dude tried to like build a Titanic 2. I remember that from a few years ago, right? I don't know. I mean, not that often. Much. Okay, so we need to do Caboose. That was fun. But here's the thing. So Caboose, I think the solid policy on that would be the second movie becomes Mystery Science Theater 3000 because we'll have less people by then. So first movie text only, second movie we'll do a Mystery Science Theater 3000 for. So we'll do Titanic 2. That sounds like a plan. And I don't know. I kind of want to. Mistopheles, it happens after stream on Discord server, and then a buffer of about 30 minutes to an hour past that. And so I can get some food in me. And then, yeah, we watch usually 2, but we have done triple shows. But 2 movies, we do a double showing. And yeah, it happens on the Discord server. So. Sourcing, I've heard about Cosmic Sin. I watched the trailer on Amazon Prime Video, I think. I think that's where I fucking saw it. Hang on. Yeah, just exclamation Discord. We're pretty active over there, actually. Oh, wait.
Mr. J.
Yes. It's called, it was made by Saban. I don't know which fucking pronunciation we use for that one. Saban Films. Like fucking Power Rangers, right? Like it's the same fucking crew.
From the top. 4 hours ago, the crew of the Vander made first contact. Stay there. They believe we're hostile.
In the event of first contact, humanity must strike first. To ensure the continued survival of our species.
Operation Cosmic Sin is now a go.
No, it's not the Irish one. Shaban. It's fucking Saban. It's the fucking Power Rangers people.
Good evening, General. Oh, wait. You're just a civilian now. Mr. James Ford.
General Riles requesting your inimitable counsel. No. He's offered to reinstate you. What's the status of the Q-bomb?
If we want to launch the Q-bomb,
Q-bomb.
Suits up.
That's something, huh? We didn't know whether to burn it or put it in a museum.
I'm sure they said the same thing about me.
Yeah.
If we leave that door open, they're gonna charge in. We can make this the kill box.
We're not gonna wait for them to bring the fight to us. We're gonna take it to them.
What we do here is easy. The hard part is living with it.
Great delivery. What we're doing here is easy. The hard part is living with it. Great delivery. Just amazing VO work. Yeah, that's Cosmic Sin. Fuck this 12 Monkeys reboot. Yeah, that's fucking. Oh, Rev, The Adventures of Buckaroo Banzai Across the Eighth Dimension, I already have in the collection. It's already in there. So yeah, if we want to watch Buckaroo Banzai, Buckaroo Banzai, it's already, like, I don't even have to fucking grab it. It's already there. So. It looks dumb and cheesy. It is dumb and cheesy. So. Look. Whether a movie is bad enough to be good is not something you can know going in without previous knowledge, right? If we go in blind into a bad movie, it could just be a bad movie. That's entirely possible. We've had a few of those that it's just, this movie sucks. There's no redeeming value here, right? And then we've had some that like we come out the other side in love with, right? But sometimes it's just a fucking roll of the dice. Hands down the worst movie I've seen in a decade. I felt like they sat down and spent years planning how to make it awful. All right. Duly noted, sourcing. We'll have to see. I think what I'm going to try and do is do like on early night tonight, just not from the movies, but for the movies. Because last week we fucking ran a long stream and we fucking did a triple feature. It was the wee hours when we finished Snakes on a Plane. It was fucking wee hours. Of course, it was really funny too because we were all kind of, the ones that survived it were really kind of punch drunk. And we were doing, like, we straight up uncapped for Hard Ticket to Hawaii and then Snakes on a Plane. We did straight up Mystery Science Theater 3000. We were just riffing on those fucking movies the entire time. So yeah, we're gonna do probably a double feature tonight. Maybe, we'll see how it goes. There's always an option for a third depending on how many people and how late it gets. But we're gonna try and do one text only, so just silent, and then the second one, and like I said, there's always potential for a third, but for the second one, we'll do Mystery Science Theater 3000 depending on how many people are in the room still for it, and we'll fucking riff on it. Wait, Snakes on a Plane's a bad movie. I remember that movie as a kid being pretty cool. Wither, you were a child. I will excuse it. It's not a good movie. Fuck your username. It's gonna be about an hour. It's gonna be a half an hour to an hour. It's gonna be, Crix. Yeah, last week was fun. Yes, right. Yeah, Mystery Science Theater 3030. Yeah, it happens in Discord. Can't do this shit on Twitch. So Rev. Wait, what am I missing here? All right. Is there any... Okay, I talked about that. Interesting. Oh. Of course. This is... Got a bunch of shit done, actually, Karina. Got some decent exploration done. I hopped on the gyro and fucking flew places and got some shit done. Yeah. I didn't talk to him that much, so I don't really know. Yeah, so House Democrats back off targeting billionaire tax schemes and swap in a new nicotine levy. Fucking brilliant. Yep. Fucking brilliant. Ugh, God, I wish I fucking knew who this was. What restaurant is this? Can anybody identify what fucking shitty fast food restaurant this is so I know who to shit on? This is how we ended our day. Exhausted, tired, and worn out with only 2 employees. We rocked our dinner rush, and boy, what a rush it was. The store was a mess, and we were tired, but never once did this young man lose his smile and a great attitude. Here's to winning the battle we face tonight. Ugh. Yeah, can anybody identify this shithole? I wish I had it. Apparently it's from, like, LinkedIn. Ugh. Is that an Arby's hat? Is that an Arby's hat? I saw the A. Based on the shirt, it's a Jimmy John, says Swede. Oh, I see sandwich. All right, hang on. No, wait. That's an Arby's. Hold on, that's an Arby's. Isn't that the Arby's logo? No, it looks different. That's what I've already done. Like... It's Arby's. It's Arby's. Right here. Right here. Yeah, that's Arby's. Yep. Yep, that's an Arby's. All right. Now that I know who to shit on. They're all dog shit. I just want to know specifically. Who I needed to be shitting on. Yeah. Oh, fucking. Yeah, Zippy, you should be proud of that knowledge. That you shouldn't be proud of that. Being able to identify a fucking fast food restaurant. It's not something to brag about. You were correct, Zippy. You were correct. I want off the ride. I want off the ride. Delaware Arby's makes Halloween dreams come true. Thanks to the help of Michael Hastings, general manager of an Arby's in Delaware, a young girl named Carly won a first prize in her local Boys and Girls Club costume contest and will be joining her friends trick-or-treating in a full Arby's uniform. It all started when Carly's grandmother came into Arby's and asked to speak with Michael. She showed him a video of Carly talking about how much she loves Arby's and that she'd like to dress up as a drive-thru team member this year. I'm sure that's definitely her verbiage. Wanting to give Carly the full Arby's experience, he set up a mock interview where she impressed him with her passion for the brand. After agreeing to bring her on board as an honorary new team member, Michael gave Carly a tour of the restaurant, we're calling them restaurants, I guess, and introduced her to fellow team members. He then provided Carly with her very own apron, hat, headset, cups, and a serving tray to complete the costume. I was nearly in tears, Michael said. I've been doing this for more than 20 years. For someone to come in and make me a video, it was a simple act of kindness. I just wanted to return the favor and make her Halloween dreams come true. Yeah. Human connection. I get it from that aspect, but Jesus, this is terrible. Carly's costume was a hit at the Boys and Girls Club, where out of nearly 300 contestants, she was awarded first place in her age group. According to Carly's grandmother, she received hundreds of compliments at the contest and couldn't wait to go back to Arby's to celebrate her win. So they arrived back at Arby's that night. So, hey, y'all, anybody want to fucking run a counter on how many times Kai's had to say the word Arby's in this? They arrived back at Arby's that night to show off her certificate to the team and pose for a group picture. On Halloween night, donned in her Arby's costume, Carly plans to continue representing the brand with her trademark... I just saw trademark. Tremendous energy and infectious smile. Thank you, Michael, for making a difference in Carly's life and your community. Who shared that? Low observable goat. How? Oh. I don't know. See, that's the thing. Mistopheles. We live in such a consumer-driven culture that I 100% believe that. I 100% believe that there's some little fucking 7-year-old girl out there who idolizes Arby's fucking to-go fucking team members. That's how fucking nightmarish this system is. She probably goes there every fucking, 3 times a week, 5 times a week. Right? They're basically family members unto themselves. Ugh. Caboose, I mean, I had a McDonald's kitchen playset when I was 3. It even had a little McDonald's hat. You know when they say it leaves a bad taste in your mouth, that it's like metaphorical? I legitimately get a bad taste in my mouth sometimes. I think it's bile, maybe? I'm not sure. Yeah. Sourcing. All right. Story time. Story time. All right. Sourcing said, I wish I still had my old Chick-fil-A uniforms now. I didn't realize I could sell them as Halloween costumes. All right. This is a lot of years ago. All right. This is well past the statute of limitations. Know that this is part of Kai's properly misspent youth. All right. I can tell this without fear of legal retribution. So back in the day, I started I'd talk to fuckers at McDonald's. And I'd get I slowly but surely assembled a McDonald's uniform. All right. I got the hat. I got the visor. I got the smock, the apron. And then I eventually got a name tag from a dude who quit. All right. I fucking walked into a McDonald's one time, full McDonald's uniform, apologized for being late on my first day, walked behind the line, grabbed a bunch of food, and walked the fuck out. Nobody said shit. Nobody said shit. Nobody said shit. Nobody said shit. Nobody tried to confront me. Nobody asked me who the fuck I was. Nobody tried to stop me on the way out. Nobody said shit. To this day, it's just like, what the fuck, man? Yeah, straight up act like you belong. I was just like, yeah, you know what? Let's try it. I had all the gear. It's back of my head that's what I had been thinking for a while. In the back of my head, I'm like, I bet I could just walk in and take some food. Right? Like, let's just, and yeah, one fucking weekend, I fed the crew. Just took a bunch of food and fucking walked out. Yeah. God, this was, oh man, how many years ago was this? 15, 18 years ago now? Something like that? Yeah. Oh, you want an amazing?
Amazing!
The amount of shit cloth or a ladder can get you into. Sorry, boss. Got to take next Tuesday off. Yeah. Delivered pizza for Domino's for a while. In winter, we weren't allowed to wear any coat except the Domino's coat, which was like $35 to deliver pizza all winter without a coat. Fuck me. I pulled a lot of scams when I worked at Chick-fil-A. Was giving a lot of money off the top for a good year. That was about 20 years ago as this sort of thing. Yeah, goat. Those fucking self-checkouts. I always remember the Bill Burr bit about that. Like, that's the fucking deal, right? That's the social contract. I go into the store, I take the shit I want, I bring it to you, you check me out, I give you money, job done, right? If it's going to be you want me to check my own shit out, I'm just going to be rolling hams out the doors to my friends waiting outside in cars, right? Like, just... You've neglected your portion of this social contract that we have agreed upon a long time ago. And if you're going to neglect it, well, then shit's going to happen. Oh yeah, Mosh. Oh yeah, I've been a long time member of fucking Act Like You Belong on subreddit, on Reddit. It was still a cash business back then. Oof. I know of someone that a few of you know, right? A few of you in this community know who this person is. And I will not name them. I will not allude to them, right? All I will say is that I am fully aware of this individual completely abusing that self-checkout system to the tune of God knows how many dollars at this point, right? Like, just... if you're going to let me check my own shit out, it's all weight dependent. And if you can get it the same weight, then it really doesn't fucking matter. You can just put stuff in the bags on the fucking till and you can just check out what you want to check out. And as long as the weight aligns, there's some very clever methodologies for just boop, boop, boop. And it just checks you out. Nothing fucking flags. Nobody gives a shit. And out they go. Yeah. Yeah, what? Somebody in community does that shit. And it always amuses me when I'm aware of that sort of thing. I used to watch people do that when I worked at Walmart. It amused me to allow it. Yeah. Fucking, dude, they don't pay people enough to care. Who gives a shit? Fuck this corporation. Right? Oh, Rev, I've heard that before as well, yeah. No, I mean, Americans at least, the fucking phrase was always under the table as far as payment goes. My friend got fired from McDonald's because he stole an ice cream cake from there. He did it dumb, though. Put the ice cream cake in his bag at the start of his 5-hour shift. It was leaking from his bag when he left. Yeah. Username, your friend was an idiot. We are en route to get tacos. Everyone, some sense and nonsense are getting tacos. The decision has been made. Some sense. Who made the decision? Was it you? Was it nonsense? Was it a joint decision? Who suggested the tacos? Who agreed to the tacos? I have questions. Oh, God, Karina. I used to go talk to the people stealing cement. I didn't have to actually work, stock shelves, or annoy the dude stealing makeup. I remember on the first day of a gas station job, I was all vigilant to watch out for shoplifters, and like an hour later, it hit me. Why the fuck would I care if someone stole junk food? There you go, caboose. When I worked for Spinks in South Carolina, I totally grabbed food after my manager left. Mr. Spinks didn't care. American tacos, not legit ones, but first we spent $90 on craft beer. Nonsense suggested taco shop. I agreed. I suggested the brewery. So Nonsense was like, hey, let's just have some quick, easy tacos. And Some Sense was like, yeah, but let's spend nearly $100 on beer first. Priorities, after all. Fucking love it. I was space blasted on a benzo with a friend and stole hella alcohol from a store and gave like half of it to a homeless dude. We was chilling. Again, I would never encourage you to do anything illegal. Look, doing illegal things is illegal. And some people tell me they consider it wrong. As a contractee and a person who operates under the legal agreement that binds me to Twitch, aka the terms of service, I personally do not advocate for, nor should any story I tell from my past in which I may have engaged in illegal activities at the time due to misspent youth and a not fully developed prefrontal cortex. You should never take this as a suggestion to or an allowance of engaging in illegal activities. This would be wrong morally, ethically, and legally. And as such, I completely dissuade you from attempting to do such things. But just know that putting on a uniform will let you literally walk into the front of a business and nobody will ask shit. A PSA, if you see someone stealing food, no, you didn't, says Viva. In every state in the union, it is... actually, I do know that, Mosh. I've talked extensively about the Nixonian origins of a lot of the rhetoric and reasoning behind the modern iteration of the drug war. In every state of the union, it is illegal to hunt for a significant portion of animals without licensure, without proper licensure, unless you can prove necessity. If you are if you are subsistence hunting, that is a catch-all to basically all of the hunting laws of the United States of America. If you hunt for subsistence, those legalities do not apply to you. And this has been tried time and again. In my moral opinion, again, this is not legal opinion. I am not a lawyer and I'm not speaking on those terms. But in my moral opinion, the equivalent goes for expropriating food from a corporate infrastructure. If society has shat on you, if you are downtrodden to that extent that you are to the point where you need to steal food from the likes of Walmart or McDonald's, I think that's one, morally and ethically okay. And two, I think there should be legal clauses for that sort of thing. I would say we should change the legislation. There's a guy who used to steal ice cream for lunch every day. He left, he talked to me. Dude, stop trying to get me in trouble. Just take your Haagen-Dazs and go. I worked at an Office Max once. A friend's little sister came in with her friends. When they left, the management told me they thought the girls stole some candy bars from the front of the store. I'm just standing there like, what the fuck do you expect me to do about it? I know one of them. I'm not their keeper, and they're fucking gone. Abide by the CIA code of conduct. When I worked for a pizzeria connected to a gas station, they asked me to look out for shoplifters, and a little chud me was like, yes, sir. I saw a homeless dude steal beef jerky and milk, and there was a dog waiting for him outside. I never said shit ever and stopped looking too. Good on you, Karina. I work construction and can get my friends half price on concrete or sand or aggregates because I'm cool, and the suppliers are cool with that. Blows my mind. Things can be half price with no consequences. Oh, yeah, that time I walked out of the break room and saw someone walking out the front door with 4 packs of socks. I immediately turned around, went back in the break room, saw nothing. Nothing at all. Yes. Baby food, formula and diapers are the most stolen items. Yeah, Wither is correct. Fun fact, the most stolen item is baby food. It's formula specifically, and then diapers. Those are the most commonly stolen retail goods. Yeah. It's prohibited because it's illegal. Jesus Christ. Great, minister. Better yet, decommodify food entirely. Mephistopheles. In the words of George Carlin, who's got time for solutions? Hey there, Rye. Last spring when there was a bit of a food shortage, Arkansas had 1 week when you didn't need a fishing license to catch fish. I'm not sure if it helped anyone. Hey. They should have just kept it that way. Having worked at places like Walmart and fast food chains and knowing how much food they throw out on the regular, it's bullshit they want to punish hungry people for stealing what amounts to a drop in the bucket they throw out anyway. Preach. In Canada, they make businesses ignore 200 and under. If I were that hungry, I'd catch a fish anyway. Fuck your license. Exactly. Who didn't steal candy or things as a kid? Zippy, I'm pretty good at palming. My hands, the sensitivity of my hands has gotten pretty rough in the last few years. But I mean, like, let's see. Yeah, this is a little awkward, but you know. You can just walk by and fucking this shit just disappears. It's not a big deal. If you know how expensive formula is, you know why. This is sweet. Everything at corporate owned stores is insured, so they don't care if shit gets stolen. If you call a cop on a shoplifter who isn't causing issues, you're more likely to catch a fine. You're allowed to ask them to put it back. You're allowed to threaten to call the police. And if you try and stop them, you're going to catch your fine. Yeah, that's false imprisonment. You can't detain people. You're not a fucking cop. Oh, I wouldn't have the fingernail polish if I were lifting something, goat. If I were going to do that, those days are long behind me. I don't need that kind of heat. But if I were going to do that, the fingernail polish wouldn't be there. I don't want anything to draw your attention to my hands. I don't want you glancing. Like, just the double look. It's not worth it. What would I need to do to qualify to hunt as subsistence? You know, I don't exactly know. Let me check. In some instances, all you have to be is rural. Like in Alaska, if you qualify as a rural Alaskan, you're automatically like you're a subsistence hunter. Huh. So yeah, it depends on the locality, Mistopheles. People used to come in here and steal from the Gap all the time when I worked there about 18 years ago. They would just drop jeans in their bag and walk out. Pretty ballsy. I would put the clothes under my clothes in the stock rooms before I would walk out. Much less risky. I've never done anything big, but every once in a while at Walmart, I'd take a basket into the bathroom and stuff a few things in a pocket or two and not have been caught. No one gives a shit. Yep. Fair enough. Only wore black in my day. Yeah. Thank you, though. Fuck your username. Still on point. Nixa, the stories I have. Some of it I still got to plead the fifth, too. Yeah, see, like everything I'm talking about right now, dude, this long past the statute of limitations. Like double and 2.5 times the statute of limitations territory. I once took some candy that had been spilled on the road, though. My dad caught me washing in the sink and got really mad. So I'm poor as fuck. I only get $750 a month to live off of from my Social Security disability. What state are you in, Mistopheles? Let me know what state. You can DM me as well if you don't want to say it in chat. What state are you in, and I'll look it up. All right, interesting. So they acknowledge subsistence hunting. Here's the statement as far as Maryland goes. Subsistence. Okay, so this was March 30th, 2020, Mistopheles. The DNR, the Department of Natural Resources, issued guidance on Governor Hogan's stay-at-home order. Under the executive order, no Marylander should leave their home except for an essential reason. Therefore, recreational boating is not allowed. Subsistence hunting and fishing, limited hunting and limited recreational fishing, and crabbing for sustenance can continue, though social distancing should be adhered. They have since crossed this out because the order is over. So they acknowledge subsistence hunting. All right. So hang on. Let me check the MRS, Maryland Revised Statutes. Sorry. Contact the DNR. Mistopheles, contact the Maryland DNR. That's who's going to have the guidelines. Let me check the DNR site. Yeah, contact DNR and ask them. What qualifies as subsistence hunting? Tell them you were reading the fucking their own press release. Department of Natural Resources. Tell them you were reading their own press release. You don't even have to ask if you want to abstract it even further. Say you're a reporter and you're doing a piece on poverty in America and with an eye towards subsistence hunting in the South and in rural America, and you notice that the Maryland Department of Natural Resources had a press release concerning the COVID lockdown that specifically mentioned subsistence hunting. And you'd like to know more, as Maryland is not a state that's often thought of and associated with such concepts. And what qualifies one for subsistence hunting in the state of Maryland? Yeah. They'll be more than happy to fucking give you all the qualifiers then. Yeah, because subsistence hunting, like I said, subsistence hunting gets a complete fucking, like, wave of the hand. It's a real legal excuse. Let me scroll back. No, Night Letter, I just paused it. Yeah, Zippy, I talk to him fairly regularly. He's been dealing with some shit. I had a couple of people that would go boost clothes from Ross, dressed for less, never got caught because there was a group of us, way past being able to be charged for that shit, says Nexa. Diss thread. Oh. Some of the managers were really cool. I'd give people empty bags when they came in because they had cats or dogs. They made us made sure to avoid me when they walked out with their bags full of shit. You're right. You probably should have. Oh, Mistopheles, you're in that camp. You a felon, Mistopheles? I mean, don't go into it, but yeah, there it is. Okay, man, I can't hunt with a gun because of a felony. Yeah. Like, I know that fuck unless I get my civil rights restored. You a felon. Oh, that's a bitch. That's a whole thing. No, you don't understand. I'm subsistence hunting. Sir, this is a Kroger, and that is 5 pounds of steak. Sourcing. Go in with like a monocular and fucking camo and like sneak in really quiet and like belly crawl up to the fucking meat counter. Fucking hand up. And then just try and belly crawl out. It'd be amazing. What are you doing? I'm hunting. Shh, you'll scare it away. A guy just got caught with senses here for doing as such. Under the Migrant Bird Act, you can't own a migratory bird or the bones or the feathers unless it's up. Otherwise, it's up to a Class 1 felony. Gladly have a license, says Corey. Guy just got caught with senses here for doing as such. Year. Could be worse. Some of those fucking laws carry huge penalties. Could be worse. It's still bullshit. Don't get me wrong. Still fucking, dude. A year. Holy shit, man. Anything you don't like. Oh yeah. No, they got you on lockdown. Yeah, felon, no passport, no guns, no fucking voting rights. Yeah, they got you on lock. Alright. I'm writing an essay called Alternative Society. Work in progress style. You can vote. Oh, good on you, at least. I want to focus on presenting how some ideologies look at some problems of society, government, etc., and what solutions they offer. I just wanted to ask what books, videos, whatever you think of, do you recommend about anarchism? Romander. There's going to be a link in... Oh, no, sorry. And my typing is off. Holy shit. Try number 3. Try number 3. There's the reading list link. It depends how much you want to know, Romander. Also, if you want to come in the air and ask me these questions directly, you can. I'll have the conversation. Or if you just want to come, you want to tap me another time. Start here. Government of No One by the Theory and Practice of Anarchism by Ruth Kenna. This will do a lot of the heavy lifting for you. But if you really want to know something, I just always keep my Firestorm co-op looking in there. That's where, if you want to really know something about. But if you got questions in particular, feel free to tap me and ask me. Hey, Marcus. Yeah, caboose, basically. What you got, Kaiser? Oh, yeah. Yeah, seen that one. So, hope that answers your question, Romander. Are we back in politics? We are now. Let's see, who else? Okay, thank you. The more I know, it'll be better for me. It's just sometimes hard to get good sources about anarchism in Poland. Romander. You're not a member of our Discord community, are you? I don't do this for new people, but Romander, join the Discord community. Just do it. I'll DM you. Yeah, Kai's going soft. I got a soft spot for people trying to learn. You see that fucking douchebag Youngkin? His underage son committed voter fraud. His underage son tried to vote in the Virginia governor's election. And then that dude in Nevada, here in Las Vegas, the guy who wanted to convince people that there was election fraud going on, so he used his dead wife's fucking ballot to vote for Trump. Oh yeah, goat, 100%. Yeah, both instances of these are ours. Yeah. Yeah. There's fucking voter fraud going on. I voted for Trump and used his dead wife's ballot. Genius. That guy got fucking convicted. Kristen Cinema fucking got caught taking money from the Betsy DeVos's family. Yeah. Wasn't there more fraud in favor of... Okay, vote was that correction. Wasn't there more fraud in favor of Trump than Biden? No, which was significant enough to be considered a serious problem. Yeah, no, there's never been like a significant voter fraud problem that's been provable, caboose. Satire journalist over here makes himself a point of making his plant and cats vote every provincial election. Jesus, Rye. I don't know what Light the Undead is on about. That's an interesting one. So Jonas, am I right? And then you fucking prick. Interesting. Yep, no idea what you're on about. No fucking clue. But hey. My name's Kai, not Jonas. Close though. Jonaskai. It's really fucking close. I can understand how you can confuse that. All right. All right, Romander, I'm going to send you a DM. There we go. Cool. Just getting Romander straightened out. What's my YouTube channel? Please tell me. I'm pretty sure. Oh, they linked it above? Cool, cool, cool. Where is it? What video? Yeah, definitely me. That's definitely me. No, it isn't. But hey, nice try though. You're welcome, Romander. Happy to help. I mean, we could do this live. This would be me. This is me. Right? You see how this is on the page, and this is my intro, and you notice how this isn't that page. Yeah. But let's see. Let's see what your deal is. Friday, 9 p.m. to 1 a.m. Pacific, I assume, or else you should be on the air. Nope. GMT +1. All right. Oh, you play 7 Days to Die. We've got a server going. Let's see. What else do you play? From Lithuania, but live in Ireland. 29 years old. Love playing video games. Yeah, Wither, apparently so. Oh. Yeah. Is there a video of me on the channel? Of that YouTube channel, right? Thug! Oh, Thuggy! Fucking, what's his name? Hoodieplex. Back to you. How shall I... Oh, I get it. Okay. He was one of the, he was the dude I had to explain. I had to use the decentralized graphic for. Yeah, I actually had a good faith. His description in the video is not so good faith. But yeah, I remember that dude. And he credits the channel, so he meets the licensing qualifications. He's allowed to use the video. As long as he attributes, which he did. Yeah. Somebody should get Dummy back. Is Dummy still here? Where's Dummy? Light the Undead. Let's see. See if we can get him back. He's probably already left. That's the Foucault's pendulums. Look, he came in with some interesting takes. As he characterizes it, I got mad. Oh, maybe I got mad. Maybe I fucking treated him like a standard chud. I don't fucking even remember. All I know is I fucking called him up to the air and we had a conversation. And it was done in good faith from both sides. And it was a productive conversation from what I can recall. So, yeah. He apparently, like, screen recorded the fucking Twitch recording itself. And posted it on his YouTube channel. So... Thoughts on apolitical anarchists? That's not a thing. There you go. You can't make a statement like no gods, no masters, and then claim to be apolitical. It's not a thing. It's not a thing. We call for the dissolution of unjust hierarchies and the removal of these coercive, oppressive systems. But hey, I don't want to get involved. Then, Cowpoker, you're going to have to give me a definition of what you mean by apolitical. Because apolitical anarchism is about as sensical as, I don't know, compassionate capitalism. You gotta hook a brother up then with some definitions, because if you're using descriptive definitional sets, I need them. It literally means without rulers. The very word itself references a hierarchy. I mean, bruh. Cool, Romander. I mean, you can't have apolitical anarchism. It's just not a thing. It's just not a thing. So, yeah. Anarchism, by its very merit, is political. It is a critique. It is a methodology. It is a lens of analysis of hierarchical power structures, unbalanced power dynamics in society, and the methodologies and mechanisms in which they operate. Anarchism is, by its very essence, political. How do you make an apolitical political? Yeah, okay, Astray was right there a few seconds before me. I actually enjoy apolitical politics. Right? Like, how... It's just a misnomer. It's a misnomer. Now, if someone means that they don't get involved in... Yeah, it's easy when words don't mean things. That they don't engage in electoral politics. Right? Like, anarchists that don't vote or refuse to engage in statism and refuse to engage in the aesthetics of statism, right? Like, that is a thing. You can do that. Emma Goldman would be in that camp. But, hey, Aspen. Sourcing, I think, like, that's what I'm sensing as well, sourcing, is that sort of, like, red team, blue team mechanics of, right? And not politics proper, right? I slightly perceive it as that sort of maligned version of politics rather than politics. So, cool. Yeah, Romander, I whenever you want, you ask away. Yeah, it's a terrible definition, Cowpoker. Politics is Greek from the word politica, meaning the affairs of the cities, right? It is the activities related to the making, making of decisions within groups and other forms of power relations within individuals, such as like distribution of resources in state. Right? That is wrong. Right? I don't want to like be prescriptive about this, but I'm going to be very prescriptive about this, right? I'm going to double hand this. I'm going to backhand it at the same time. Right? Like, I understand where you're coming from, but no. Oh, fuck the primitivists, those genocidal maniacs. That's my opinion, Mosh. I get it, but fuck, they're genocidal maniacs. Yeah, Cowpoker. I actually agree with somebody who said that it's a very American-centric definition. Right? Like, two teams whose goal is to distract from the actual issues at hand. What about parliamentary systems that have multiple political alignments, right? Like, that is a very American-centric definition. Can you be semi-primitivist? I mean, probably. Ultimately, the mentality that politics is merely a game in which form of corruption screws you over just plays into the hands of people trying to maintain a status quo. Sidereal, I agree. Like, I mean, hey, Corpe. Yeah, like, with the level of corruption and buy-off that occurs in our system, if we don't fix fucking Citizens United, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. You get a third party going, and the third party actually gains traction and becomes an issue. Corporations will just buy it off too. I mean, when did we leave the Cubans? It's been a while, but... I mean, if Cal wants to come on the air, I got time for a conversation. If Cal wants to come on the air and actually have this conversation, by all means. No, it's genocidal. Mosh. If all they are in individuality is, I want to go back to the woods and ignore all this, which most of the ones I have ever spoken to, and I've spoken to quite a few, Mosh, are not. They are prescriptivist in their primitivism. That industry is the problem, agriculture is the problem, and that these things, to use a NoFX line, flipped a bitch on evolution. Right? They see the systemic issues. It's not just them wanting to withdraw from society, usually. It's a prescriptivist nature. And that's why I call them genocidal maniacs because they want to undo modern healthcare. They want to undo industry. They wanted to undo agriculture. They see that as tipping points for humanity, and that would kill probably billions. So that's my issue with the primitivists. Eco-fash are still fash. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Cowpoker, it's just easier for me to draw these out and get it done faster. While you're in text, you're at a disadvantage. I'm going to be waiting on you and you won't be able to respond in time and these sorts of things. Look, hey Crimson. So, you fucking Nazi Crimson. I'm going to point it out every time. I won't. I promise I won't point it out every time. But I did want to point it out one more time. Just to get you a little bit. Hey, if I'm going to be if I got to be saddled with the secret fascist shit, Crimson, you can ride along with me a little bit. Cow, if you want to come on air, don't worry about it. But I think there's a discussion to be had there, and I think there's some education to be done. So, but again, it's up to you. Don't feel pressure. Zippy. Not all of the times because there's too many. Zippy posted to show suggestions. Has there been a show that goes through all the times authoritarian communists turned on anarchists and why left unity is a bad meme? Not all the times because there's too many. But there is actually a comprehensive list. It's ridiculous the amount of times that just Russia alone turned against the anarchists. It's absolutely ridiculous. Yeah. Oh, see, Mosh, I've talked to your singular friend may not be that way because your singular friend is your singular friend. But the fact of the matter is that I've spoken to a few in my time. They're prescriptivists in their primitivism, usually. I would, rough number, top of the head, back of the matchbook, back of the napkin, 3 out of 4. 3 out of 4. Yeah. So you got the lucky 4. Congratulations. You got one of the ones that aren't completely psychotic. But yeah. No, Zippy, it's not even, no, it's somebody else formulated the list ages ago. I think it may be the Center for, whatever that fucking center's name is. It's escaping me at the moment. Center for a Stateless Society. There we go. What's your fucking username these days, Wither? Because I remember it was Wither who asked me that. Fucking Archon Eulogy or some shit like that. There we go. Archon's Eulogy. How is that not fucking working? Whatever. I'll fucking... And I know I'm not looking at chat right now. Fuck it. All right. Crimson, why were you swimming in your clothes? Carpe, my favorite example is when Lenin ordered the artillery shelling of the anarchist club in Moscow and then followed that up with the open machine gunning of anarchists in the streets. Yeah, attacked. The fucking communists bombed the anarchist club in Moscow, man. Anarchists do not have a good relationship with communists. Like, we work with them, but the fact of the matter is we don't turn our backs on them because they put bullets in our head. It's fucking rough. That was Lenin that did that, not Stalin. That was Lenin. Yeah. Lenin. Yeah. It was Baldy, not fucking... Yeah, oh yeah. What, Carpe, what? Yeah. It was fucking Lenin that had let that one happen. Yeah. Anarchists don't have a good relationship with communists. They've killed us many, many times. They put us on trial many, many times. They've executed us at the order of the state many, many times. I mean, need we even mention when somebody tries to own their labor like, oh, I don't know, Kronstadt? Hey, you know, we'd like to be in control of our own labor and we'd like to benefit from it somewhat. You know, the proletariat. We want to be organized from the ground up. Yeah, we're going to take you out in the woods and just shoot you all. If you even express an idea approaching an anarchist line of thought in authoritarian communist circles. Yeah. Crix, Bakunin's own characterization of Marx himself was a centralizing authoritarian communist. They're all authoritarian. From word one. Marx, here's what got the anarchists kicked out of the First International. Marx is an authoritarian. This is Michel Bakunin. All right. Marx is an authoritarian and centralizing communist. He wants what we want, the complete triumph of economic and social equality, but he wants it in the state and through the state power, through the dictatorship of a very strong and, so to say, despotic provisional government, that is, by the negation of liberty. His economic ideal is the state as sole owner of the land and of all kinds of capital, cultivating the land under the management of state engineers and controlling all industry and commercial associations with state capital. We want the same triumph of economic and social equality, but through the abolition of the state and all that passes by the name of law, which in our view is the permanent negation of human rights. We want the reconstruction of society and the unification of mankind to be achieved, not from above downward by any sort of authority, nor by socialist officials, engineers, or other accredited men of learning, but below upwards by the free federation of all kinds of workers' associations liberated from the yoke of the state. That is Bakunin's critique of Marx from day one. And Bakunin delivered that critique to Marx's face, by the way. Right? Like, this has always been the conflict between anarchists and Marxist, Leninist, Stalinist, Maoists is, how the fuck are you going to free the people by oppressing the people? You're utilizing a mechanism of oppression and coercion to free the people? How the fuck does that work? Hold on, I'm gonna beat you with this stick to heal you. Hold on, I'm gonna shoot you in the fucking leg, right? Like, and that's supposed to help you, right? This has always been the critique, and it's not. No one has ever tried to take away Marx's criticisms of capitalism. Yeah, Arbecht Macherei. I always forget the fucking German version of it, but yeah. Oh, no one has ever. There's never been a fucking anarchist. There's never been anybody who's read Marx's critiques of capitalism and said, "Oh, well, this is bullshit. He doesn't know what he's talking about." Those critiques are amazing. It's his solutions that we take exception with. It's his ideas for how you solve the problem that we take exception with. Dating all the way to Bakunin and Marx fighting like fucking high school lovers who have had a falling out at the First International. It has always been this way. And the further along, Arbeck macht frei. Thank you. Yes, Carpe. That is it. The further along this timeline you go, the more violent it gets, specifically with like summary executions, extrajudicial assassinations, military operations, and it just devolves and devolves and devolves further, up to and including things like Nestor Makhno attempting to work with Lenin. Look, he was like, look, we can agree to work together. We can find common ground here. Let us make multiple pacts. Let us make treaties. Made 2 treaties, and Lenin turns around and fucking backstabs him on both. Not kidding you. This is how Makhnoist Ukraine fucking finds out about the truth about Lenin. They literally make 2 different treaties. They make 2 different pacts with the man, and he fucking screws him on both. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, Makhno fought fucking with Lenin, and the Black Army fought with the Red Army, and the fucking, yeah, shit came to blows at that point. It's like, well, the anarchists killed people too. Yeah, you better fucking believe they did. They were in a military battle in which their treaty was not upheld. Shit gets real fucking fast. Yeah, and I mean, there's a fair share of fucking blood on the anarchist hands throughout the era of the propaganda of the deed, that some you can argue just, some you can argue unjust, sort of just depends perspective. But as far as like MLM anarchist relations go, yeah, no, we don't trust those motherfuckers. They put bullets in the back of our skull every time we turn around. They're fucking nuts. So yeah. Here's a giant fucking list, Zippy. Because that's what kicked it off, was Zippy asking that. All right, so Crimson answered, I'm betting. Beating will continue until morale improves. And comms are just diet communists. Not much, Skeptic. Not much. Yeah, Che Guevara was a terrible person. Che Guevara was a terrible person. Know that. Like, Skeptic, didn't Che Guevara also execute anarchists? And Che Guevara was a horrible, horrible person. Like, just understand that. Okay, Crimson, I didn't see you answer that. Why you were swimming in your clothes, though? Yeah, I would characterizes far more than homophobia, like, right? Like now the dude who screams fucking fag, right, in the street is like homophobic. Che Guevara was like, put a fucking bullet in him, right? Che Guevara was way more than homophobic. He was over the moon on that one. Define absolute anarchy. All right, already we've got descriptivist sets going on. Do you want anarchy, anarchism, or anarchist? You probably are looking for anarchism, and there is no monolithic entity of anarchism. It's a network of ideas, and we much prefer it that way. So if you're looking for a perfect utopia of anarchism, that concept does not exist. Anarchism is built upon a concept of individual autonomy, operating in free associative mutual aid groups and networks thereof that are topologically organized in distributed fashions. So, if I fully empower 250 people using the tools and the lens of analysis that is anarchism, what they do with that tool, what they do with that formative structure, how they organize themselves using those operating modalities is up to them and the consensus decision making that they engage in. Anarchism isn't prescriptive. Anarchists don't have a saying, there is no project of projects, right? The idea is to free people from a coercive, oppressive, unjust hierarchy and state and systems that otherwise fall under that unjust category. After that, it's up to you to do something. You're in the camp that you think anarchy means no rules and chaos. Anarchism, or anarchy, derived from the Greek anarchos, which means without rulers, not without rules. You see, you, my friend, are the, recipient of propaganda. The fact that you think it means without rules means you've been propagandized. The truth of the matter is that anarchism has tons of operating rules determined by the group and the individuals that are involved in the consensus. That's just the truth. It doesn't mean without rules. It means without rulers. That's literally what the word means. And without archos rulers. So there you go. That's a meme concept if it ever was one, and it would never be classified within a political science spectrum. So I just refuse to even acknowledge it. You might as well be talking about soulism. You might as well be talking about soulism. Clarify the statement from Kant that goes as follows. Gonna cry, maybe piss your pants, maybe shit and cum. Oh, God. Yeah, it's not an actual political science topic. It's not a real thing. So, all right. Oof, you got me. So, Cat, gonna cry, maybe piss your pants, maybe shit and cum. Which one of these is the synthesis and the which one of these is the thesis and the antithesis? Just so I can straighten it out. Because I don't know. Is the shit and cum the synthesis since that has the and? Is that? I'm sorry, I'm not up to spec on my Hegelian dialectics, maybe. Do you consider your own will ruling? Is that how you characterize this in your own head? is that you are ruled, not that you are a consensual, willing participant of. Because that seems like a pretty pathological mentality to go through day-to-day life with. Oh, Glazy, I'd love to see you try and operate under an anarchistic operating modality. That'd be hilarious. Permasub. Yeah, like a slave in your own head. Yeah, that's pretty fucking, that's pretty rough. I wouldn't want to do that. A slave in your own head. Good book title. You know what? That is a good title. It's a really good title. You don't see it as one system? How often is a brain born without a body? You don't see it as a holistic system at all? You don't see the shared biology? You don't see how the neuronal processes of the brain are an extension of the neuronal activity, the lower? You don't see how these are a holistic system? You legitimately see the brain ruling the body. Also, you've completely ignored modern science and what we've learned about gastrointestinal system and the large amount of neuronal activity that occurs there. You've completely ignored, like you've literally ignored basically everything we know about modern biology with that statement. That's very anti-empiricist. That's fucking Jesus. Wow. Yeah. And that's where you had to go to defend that process, is just to go an anti-scientific, anti-empiricist bent. That's an interesting process that you had to go to just to defend your, deterministic logic. All to defend your shitty definition of anarchy. This is hilarious. Oh yes, I'm definitely nitpicking your point. You haven't engaged in a space that engages in prescriptive political scientific thought, and using a descriptive definitional set that nobody recognizes. Yeah, definitely, I'm the one nitpicking. Mm-hmm. For sure. Yeah, whether it's often. It happens often. Oh, well, I mean, that and NEAT extends the, that philosophy would have to be extended too beyond that as well, because that would require an intrinsic understanding of existence, wouldn't it? Consciousness and existence, to make that sort of deterministic statement. Voss, I love you. You're batshit insane. I love you for it. Every last bit of it. Let's see. So that I had time for. All right. Yep. You know what? Rules of delegation. I delegate mine to. I delegate my vote on whether this theorem holds up or not, whether this hypothesis holds up or not, to Kvass. Kvass, I hereby delegate my vote as to whether this hypothesis put forth by NEAT holds any water or not. I look forward to hearing what verdict you render. Yeah, very, very good, neat. And you've made an absolutist statement. Congratulations. Yep, liquid democracy for the win. I'll just delegate the vote over to fucking Voss. Voss can have my vote. I'm counting that as I have a guy for that on the bingo. Oh, of course, Neat lost in the battlefield of ideas. Nightloader? I think it counts. I think it counts. Yeah, you need to convince Kvass now. Not me. I don't give a shit anymore. Have fun with that. Cause oh yeah, I use Dr. Bonner's fucking naked organic lip balm. I've been using it for ages. I like it. Yeah, it's no flavor. It's just, you know, clean products. It works. Caboose, I got that stuff. It's fucking great. Yeah, I think it works great. So, yeah. Yeah, it's because it doesn't dry your lips out, Caboose, intentionally, right? It's not like petroleum distillate and shit like that. A lot of the other products, like, will literally cause your skin to dry out on its own. Like, it will accelerate the process. So, yeah. Oof, yeah, eczema's rough. That's all fucking, dude. That's eczema's less skin and more autoimmune. Rev, I'm still not convinced of free will, but I am convinced of oatmeal. And Estrella said, I'm convinced oatmeal has free will. And Cat isn't convinced of oat. Wither, it's used in a lot of shit. It's used in a lot of shit. Free will is stored in the oats. Hey, Yogi. How you doing, man? Oh, Jesus. What a hilarious... Dude, Neat, you're funny. You're adorable. Like, you're Pookie. Do you daydream? Do you imagine things? That's you exerting free will inside your head. Is it? Can you prove that? Can you absolutely prove that? Because last time I checked, we're still not sure the true nature of consciousness, nor are we sure of the true nature of existence. So if you want to go down a philosophical rabbit hole, Mosh, fair enough. Fair enough, Mosh. What are we talking about? Yogi, we've had a few across the board. But right now we got somebody, hey, Chokin. Right now we got somebody who's like trying to argue a position. Dude, okay, so he asks about absolute anarchy and then fucking refutes the definitional set of anarchos, or anarchism at its core, with the statement that you rule from your own head, therefore you are subject to at least one ruler. Therefore, it nullifies the entire concept, I guess, of anarchism, or at least the founding principles of it, and then it needs a revision. I don't know. And now he's attempting to argue the true nature of consciousness, the true nature of free will, and whether we have it or not, and the true nature of existence by extension of that. Which, I mean, interesting. Non-binary. I don't know. Coerced cannibalism. Level! Finally green cred. What you got, Level? Yep, green. Fucking got the green. Is one of Cuckoo's people? That would be interesting. It's fucking, if it were one of Cuckoo's people, that would make sense. Caboose, the Old Testament. It's Jewish law. Yeah, milk and milk products, so cheese. Milk and meat should never be mixed. What did I unlurk into? Oh, God, Buddhist. It's a whole fucking thing. Do I take call-ins? It'd be easier to blah, blah, blah. Y'all's call. Benoit, no, it isn't. Have we considered that our brain is just hierarchy over our body? But Mosh, that ignores all modern biology. Given what we know about the gastrointestinal system and the vagus nerve alone dictates that, you know, it's not a thing. If oats are people and conscious, capable of free will, then milk made from oatmeal is oat blood. But it's different oat blood. Holy shit. Non-binary. This is like that vampire shit. This is like getting the platelet injection and stuff from like 18-year-olds. Like the PRP injections, the platelet-rich plasma injections from like 18-year-olds and shit when you're 60, right? Because those are from different plants, right? That's from other oat plants. So that's the blood of other oat plants that those oats are bathing in. Or being bathed in. As Estrella is pointing out that this is a bunch of oat wars. Hold on. Body tea. Interesting. That is a characterization. Ah, yes, the oat wars. I think we've stumbled on the great oat conspiracy. I will bathe in the blood of the oat. Is that why oatmeal and oat milk taste so great? Oh, Jesus. Sentient smoothie. There we go. Look, all right. If we want to hear this, I'm not going to dedicate a shit ton of time to this. This person has a complete misunderstanding of political science foundational concepts. At least it seems like. So, yeah, fucking neat. If you want to call in, call in. You can join the Discord server, move over to the voice chat, and I'll pull you up for a quick conversation. You oat, think about it too. Now we're going into puns. Great. I took no oath this morning, so I don't care. I tell you, I'm not very invested in this. So, don't be surprised, boys, girls, and our NB friends, if Kai doesn't put tons of energy into this. Yeah. Oh, Cupcake may or may not be here. I'd fucking reply to Cupcake directly. To make oat milk, you gotta catch a serial killer first. Non-binary. There's a grain of truth in that. Oh, Jesus. That was rough. That was rough. I told you exactly what to do. You got to join the server and get into voice chat. Yeah. Oh yeah, cat. Yeah. 100%. Something reap what you sow. Oh my god. Jesus, Wither. I'm not calling you on Discord. Get into fucking voice chat and I'll pull you into on air. How many times? Is it that difficult to just follow fucking directions, people? I'm telling y'all the oats are hiding in your body so they can control you later. Don't let them win. Oats are imperialists. When will their empire end? Yeah, it's very difficult to work. Oh, God. You're a debate bro. Of course you've got this energy. Fuck it, that's how I debated Vosh. Oh, Lord. Cat, have fun. Ugh. Wheat until we migrate to bread puns. Oh. My neighbor made... Oh, meringue pie, Kaiser. Nice. Viva, definition of cringe in my book, but... Oh, the gloss layer's peeling off of my index. Hey, redacted. Try reading it. Isn't that about the way of things, Cat? Thank you, Wither. Thank you. Oh, should I go get my collar? Put that on too while we're at it. All I can say, if this annoys me for bad movie night, this is on you people. Husband of one of my mom's coworkers owns an olive vineyard and makes his own pasta sauce. He's gonna give us a case of 6 jars, so I'm excited for that. Oh, nice. Walata, see yourself out for that fucking pun. That was a fucking brutal one, Walata. Fucking you punny fuckles. Yeah, but I need you to count to 5 so I can get your volume adjusted appropriately.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Thank you kindly. Kavas. Your brand of chaos, Kavas, I absolutely adore. You know that. So, what point do you want to make?
I mean, you said you wanted to make this short. I mean, I just wanted to... thought it'd be easier to just tell you like this. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I define absolute anarchy differently than you do, apparently.
Congratulations. Welcome to a prescriptivist space where descriptivist colloquialisms don't really usually fly. So if I can't consult, say, something like the International Encyclopedia of Political Science, or some sort of like formalized text or historical text or some sort of lineage that, or has anybody, like, you got to give me something more than, well, this is my personal definition. Well, congratulations. We all have our own personal definitions, but the goal at the end of the day is to be able to have a conversation with one another, and that's kind of the function of language. So it requires a certain element of prescriptivism.
None of that is going to, stop me from making fun of you for, your specific brand of anarchism light. Your watered down anarchism. I mean, I'm just gonna make fun of you for that, because I mean, when I think of a true anarchist, I think of a crazy motherfucker who just will do anything, no rules, doesn't even listen to himself. Like the whole self-rule thing is like, and absolute anarchy is just complete chaos. I mean, that's like, it's not so much
congratulations on your, first and second, I suppose, but you ran over the first one, but your first 2 logical fallacies of the call. That was a good one. All right, so let's continue forward.
Yeah. Sorry, that's my lighter. That's still blowtorch thing. Stupid.
So while we're setting up straw men and no true Scotsman fallacies, is there any others you want to knock down? Because there's usually a general list of about 52 logical fallacies that you can engage in at any given time. How many you want to check off?
I mean, it's not so much no true anarchism. It's just there's layers, there's degrees to anarchism. And a lot of the anarchy on Twitch leftist,
Explain, please. Give me a historical example of absolute anarchism embodied in an individual, please.
I mean, Genghis Khan. I mean, this dude went around and raped and pillaged everything, and
except he had a very specific set of goals that he had in mind for that.
I mean, other than the raping and the pillaging, sure. I mean, it's just but I'm pretty sure his main goal was the raping and the pillaging. I mean,
did you know the man, or have you studied any of the historical texts on it?
I mean, yeah. I mean, I've looked into
when was the last time you read up on Genghis Khan imperialist conquests?
Yeah, I mean, okay.
See, this is my point. You actually don't know much about Genghis Khan, do you?
I mean,
interesting. So you got another example?
You're very defensive. You're really into
Again, this isn't about me. This is trying to figure out your definitional sets and how fluid they are while you pivot and move goalposts on it.
Around yourself about anarchism, and when somebody like me comes along and knocks down anarchism a peg or two and pokes holes in it, you get defensive. You
literally don't have a definition of anarchism that fits any other person's definition of anarchism.
I mean, we agree on the same definition of anarchism is no rulers. It's we agree on that. Sure, I mean, yeah, if you want to look at the root words, I love root words, and I'm glad you bring up root words, because that's how we do find a lot of meaning in life. But yeah, no rulers, that's what anarchism is. That's what absolute anarchy is. But you're leaving out, a lot of people, when they say anarchism, they still leave in self-rule, autonomy, determination. And, that's, it's, I don't know quite how to end that little statement there.
You've yet to give me a solid example of your concept. For all intents and purposes, you might as well be arguing for soulism.
What's the soulism you're talking about? Like that's a new one for me. Like, what's soulism?
It's a meme ideology, just like your meme ideology, which has impossible characteristics to meet. The refutation of absolute hierarchies up to and including natural laws such as gravity.
Okay, I don't really know. Like, I mean, okay, you say soulism. Like, what's the root word out of that? Soul?
It's a meme, just like yours.
I mean, you can say it's a meme, but I'm just saying, like, if you want to talk about like root words like soulism, you talk about like soul as in souls.
Yes.
So that's what soulism is.
Uh-huh.
Well, do you know what ism means?
Yes, we already do etymological discussions on this channel.
Define it. Define ism for me. Your own words. Use your own words.
Of belonging to or derived from.
Wait, what?
Of belonging to or derived from.
No, that's not what ism means. Ism means a way of thinking. That's what isms are. If you want to learn, so if you say a soulism, that's a soul way of thinking. I mean, that's what you can say about any ism. What's communism? That's a communistic way of thinking. We're not communistic because it's a communal way of thinking. That's communism. What's capitalism? So when you like, I'm not prescribing an ism here. I mean, other than what's we've already established as anarchism. I mean, that's so okay. So you can't really say I'm pushing a meme ideology. I don't really get that. Continue. You want me to define absolute anarchy for you?
I want it to exist in the first place beyond a descriptive space in your own head.
You want absolute anarchy to exist? I mean, it sounds like you don't believe in absolutes, which is what we're kind of getting at here.
No, I really don't. No.
You don't believe in absolute. There's nothing absolute in the world.
Do you know the nature of existence?
I mean, kind of. I'm kind of a
You actually know the true nature of existence. Holy shit, everybody. We got, holy shit, we may have like Jesus or Buddha on the line, everybody. Someone has just made a claim to know the actual nature of true existence here. Holy fuck, man.
No. I try to, as everybody does. Everybody tries to figure out what
Oh, so do you know it?
What were we talking about?
Do you know the nature of existence?
No, I don't. I mean,
then how can you make an absolute declarative?
Oh, well, you're deflecting from my point.
No, you asked me if I believed in absolutes, and I said no, not really, because the fact of the matter is I'm not certain about the true nature of existence itself. So how can I make an absolute out of it?
Well, then what's even the point of even talking about anything? Because it's like, okay, we know nothing, therefore why even talk about anything? It's like, oh, I'm not certain of anything. Well, of course, there's a lot of things we're not certain about. That's why we take leaps of logic and faith in order to find answers.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so we're comfortable with leaps of logic and faith, are we? All right.
I am. Yeah, dude. I'm.
Okay. All right.
I will make leaps, my friend.
Oh, I know you will make leaps.
I'll make the leaps.
So, how do you feel about the fact of the matter that modern biology and neurocognitive sciences feel that not all of the processing actually occurs in the brain?
I mean, yeah, a lot of this, it's a lot of your gut too. Like, there's like chemicals and stuff.
Okay, so the brain isn't the absolute ruler of the body.
You said yeah. I mean,
it's a holistic system, is it not?
But there's a lot of like neuro stuff going on in the brain that
yes, that's the technical term. I know, neuro stuff. Is it a holistic system?
You're something else, buddy. A holistic system. I mean, yeah, the sum is greater than the parts. So obviously, like,
okay, so
it's not just the brain. It's like, yeah, all of the parts of the body work together to form the whole. I understand that, but what I'm still saying is that the brain is the headquarters. It's the HQ of the body, pretty much.
And are you aware of all of the processing that occurs in your brain?
No, nobody is fully aware of all the process.
Okay.
All the processing.
So you don't even know the nature of the decision making that you're making.
What do you mean?
Well,
That's a
you're
loaded
declaring
question.
yourself an absolute ruler over the system under your
I'm not
absolute
an-
anarchist
I mean, it's-
ideology.
Self-rule is not absolute rule. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that it's like you can somewhat determine your choices
And
and your decision making.
Your characterization also internally as rule
Yeah.
is an interesting one, that you see yourself as an authoritarian within your own self.
Of my own body, that's the thing though, is like, but there's also the part of it was like sometimes you do stuff that you don't even want to do. Like there's stuff like addictions and stuff where you kind of don't control your own body. So, you know what I mean? So it's like, it's to say it's rule, it's a very, I don't know.
Oh, so the usage of the word ruler in this context is a very loose definitional usage at best.
Well, I mean, if you were talking, it's kind of a democracy of a republic. If you're talking about brain and your guts and like all the kind of stuff determining everything in your body, so it is kind of, you know. But for all intents and purposes, yeah, you rule yourself. I mean, there's no other person that controls you other than you. Really, it's like, there's a quote from Epictetus.
Propagandization isn't a thing.
What was that? You kind of glitched out a little bit there at the start.
Propagandization isn't a thing. Environmental factors in decision making aren't a thing.
I mean, if we're getting into nature versus nurture, I mean, I don't want to. I mean, that's been beaten to death, that whole topic. I mean, you already know what I probably already think about that, I guess. I mean,
I don't know because you haven't specified.
Well, okay, it's a bit of both. It's nature and nurture.
So someone else could have a say in your decision making without even necessarily you being cognitively aware of it, huh?
Yes, but that's someone exerting their rule.
So that also subverts your definition of ruler.
Not really, because it's somebody else's rule ruling over you. Somebody else is ruling you through influence,
which falls under the categorization of anarchism and no gods, no masters.
Wait, what? What? Sorry, the first part like cut out at the start again.
So that would fall under the classification or categorization of anarchism, recognizing that there should be no gods and no masters. So that plays over on our team, that those external rulers shouldn't even exist, but yet they can. And they can influence your internal rule as well, thus undermining this absolute anarchy concept you have going again.
I mean...
You don't understand the true nature of existence, let alone your own consciousness, let alone the true alchemy of your body and mind combined. We still haven't figured that out. Ask you directly.
Are you the master of your own body?
No.
You're not?
No.
Well, okay. Well, are you pro-abortion?
Yeah. No, I'm not pro-abortion.
Well,
I'm
my body, my choice.
I'm pro-choice. I'm not pro-abortion. I'm not out there saying get an abortion.
You just indirectly just like shitted on the whole freaking abortion argument.
No, what I want is for someone who can have an abortion to determine whether they want an abortion, not for me to tell them otherwise. It's about autonomy at the end of the day.
Well, that's autonomy. That's exactly what I'm talking about. It's like, so when I say absolute anarchism, I'm talking about no autonomy either. That's absolute anarchism. That's people going mad and deranged.
You do understand this is a meme ideology you have concocted in your head for the purposes of debate bro tactics.
It's not a meme ideology. It's a state. It's a state of mankind that is possible, that can happen. Like, this absolute anarchy can become a thing. Like, people can just start. I mean, you ever seen a zombie movie?
You do realize that's not anarchism. That's mental illness, right?
What? I mean, when we're talking about society, does it really matter? I mean, whether it's a virus or whether it's just normal people. Like, if people are like being crazy, violent in the streets and not caring about anything, you know. Like, that's anarchy. That's anarchism. Like I said,
no, it's not.
There's even a political. There's even a political side. I'll tell you about that. Your version is not very metal.
Yeah,
I'll say that.
I'm not looking to impress you. Like, that's not my thing. I don't give a shit
I'm just
whether it's
saying,
metal or not for you. I'm more about organizing the populace into being able to enact change at a grassroots level and utilizing distributed hierarchical organizational methodologies to do so, which is in tradition and following of the footsteps of traditional anarchists. Right?
A lot of what you just said was not anarchy. You're talking about organizations, hierarchies.
No,
like, that's not anarchy.
Hey, genius. Heterarchies.
Heterarchy? What's a heterarchy? What?
Please don't. Hierarchy, vertical. Heterarchy, horizontal.
Okay. Never heard of that. I mean,
that's because you've never studied anarchism. You are literally talking out of your ass. You've got debate bro syndrome, and that's
I don't have debate bro syndrome. I'm having fun here, just picking apart your light. I love doing this, man. Have you ever played Shin Megami Tensei? You ever even heard of that game?
For those of you that are running bingo cards, pivot or goalpost move. I forget which one we had it on. Also, they're playing the coping song over you now.
Oh, that's fine. I mean, have you do you understand the religious aspects of chaos and anarchy and how it all kind of ties back to Lucifer and
Oh God, he's one of those people. He's one of those.
One of who? One of what?
Oh Lord, we got one on the fucking line.
I'm just saying, I mean, have you yeah, it's fantasy and mythology, but demons, if demons were in the real world, they would not it would be anarchy because they would just be fucking shit up. You play the video game.
Now Alex Jones is speaking over the song. They cannot hear a word you say.
Still recording. Fine. Just be sure to edit it out. Anyways, as I was saying, this is Alex Jones, and I just wanted to teach the proletariat a few things about anarchism. Anarchism isn't about chaos. In fact, quite the opposite. Anarchism is about the people. It's about solidarity and mutual aid. It's about removing unjust authority and hierarchies. We should all be anarchists. The world would be a better place. Now, I'm going to apologize again to all those
Isn't that corrupt?
lives I ruined because I'm such a douchebag. Jones, out. All right, Kai, this has got to make us even for that incident you helped me out with.
Oh God. Fine, Cat. All right. So what's your take on Hermeticism then?
Hermeticism?
Hmm?
What's Hermeticism? I mean, I've heard it before. Give me a recap.
Fair enough. All right, he's not in that deep, Cat.
I mean, no, I debate about a lot of different stuff. I can't be bouncing around from all.
Yeah, you got serious debate bro syndrome, don't you?
I mean, I like jumping into the fire. Okay, Hermeticism. So,
Hermeticism is a reference to Hermes Trismegistus, the thrice-born. It's a set of texts that's generally referred to as the Hermetic corpus that is an origin point for much of the, shall we say, conspiracy theory and derived beliefs surrounding the mystery religions of ancient Egypt. It contributes a good portion to what people feel is Masonic or Illuminati or New Age. A lot of that is derived from the Hermetic corpus and such. When you start describing the demonic origins of anarchism, what you're actually invoking is a conspiracy theory that's been kicked around for quite some time. So what now we need to ask about, just by extension, oh God, how do you feel about globalists?
Oh God. Well, I kind of am a globalist, actually. I just think I think globalism should be done eventually. It's going to happen. The question is, how should it be implemented is the question. And I don't really agree with how it's going to be implemented by the Illuminati and the UN and all that. So,
okay,
yeah.
So you do feel that the Illuminati is a contributing factor in today's conversation, right? Like you feel that they're an actual force brought to bear against the world.
I mean, yeah. I mean, if you look into Bohemian Grove, the Trilateral Commission, Bilderberg Group. I mean, those are 3 examples right there of documented, verifiable.
So you don't mean the actual
Illuminati.
You mean your concept of what the modern right-wingers would refer to as the deep state.
Yeah, sure, the deep state. That's the Illuminati. Basically.
Okay, well, it's not the Illuminati, but I understand titles can be co-opted.
How do you know?
Let me
Can you prove it?
Watch this. Watch this. You want to freak him out, everybody? My grandfather was a 33rd degree Mason. My father was a Mason as well. My stepfather is a judge. I have toured government facilities from early in life.
Yeah, okay. Are you a Mason?
No, actually, I'm not. I never joined up.
Well, if you were, they'd actually tell you what they really believed.
I have all 33 levels of Dormer, Massachusetts Masonic Circle study notes. Actually.
Okay. Oh, really? You got the notes, huh? You got the 33.
I really do.
Degree Mason notes.
Yeah.
What do they say? What's the big secret?
There isn't one. They're a fraternal order who's only designed really to make sure you can get a solid bank loan and get a job within government.
Okay, sure. So what's the Bohemian Grove for then? I mean,
for doing exactly what a golf course does as well.
Why do they worship a giant owl statue named Moloch?
Why do frat boys hold ping pong paddles between their asses?
It's just frat boy shit. Sure.
You got to have a binding element within your club.
So when George Bush goes on TV and all over the media and says I'm a Christian and does all this stuff acting like he's a Christian, when privately he's worshiping an owl statue named Moloch, you don't think that's a problem?
Where are you from? Georgia or Alabama?
From North Carolina.
Carolina. Man, I was off. It's been a while since I've been in the Deep South. I spent some time in Northeast Tennessee.
North Carolina isn't really even the Deep South. I just have a weird accent, to be fair.
Though I will say North Carolina low country whole hog with some mustard sauce. Gotta say, best barbecue in the country.
You gotta understand, I'm not a redneck. You gotta understand, I sound like a redneck. I'm not a redneck. I'm actually a very progressive leaning guy, to be honest.
How are you? And like, in what ways are you progressive?
Huh?
In what ways would you describe yourself as progressive?
I mean, I'm cool with gay people. I'm cool with trans people. I mean, I'm cool with just about everybody. I just don't like authoritarians.
Define cool with.
I mean, what do you mean define cool with?
Well, there's I don't want them chased down and hunted in the streets. And then there's if my kid was gay or trans, I wouldn't give a shit.
I mean, if my kid was gay or trans, well, at a certain age, like, like at around 18, like, I wouldn't care what my kid decided to be. Like, other than that, I'd take a step in the child parenting aspect of it and be like, hey, but yeah. So no, I'm cool with gay and trans people in the sense that, like, just live your life. I don't care. Everybody can do what they want to do, But
if they were mine, I'd probably try and talk them out of it until they were 18.
Well, yeah, I would, because I don't really think it's the best lifestyle to have. I mean, it's not the worst, but I mean, like, especially trans. I mean, gay is another, a whole other thing. We've kind of gotten over the whole gay thing as a society. Now it's just trans. That's the big issue. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong on that. I don't know. I don't really keep up with the issues, but yeah. I mean, I already watch my debate with Vosh on the whole trans thing, because that's yeah.
Chat would just like to point out that it's not a fucking lifestyle.
What trans kind of is, yeah. I mean, you kind of can't choose to be gay, but even though you kind of can too. But hey, see, that's another thing you want to talk about. Autonomy is like the whole you can't choose to be gay thing. Well, that's kind of like taking people's autonomy away from them and saying you kind of know what they're feeling. You know what I mean?
When did you choose to be straight?
When I started liking girls.
Was that a conscious decision for you?
I mean,
you wake up every day and tell yourself you're gonna be sexually attracted to women today.
I mean, that's the thing is like most women. That's the thing about men and women, how they're different. Like most women are bi, and like most men are straight. So it's kind of a weird, like double standard dichotomy. If you actually like,
so straight is natural and gay is a choice.
how do I put it? I don't want to get gross. I don't want to talk about the gross shit like anal sex.
I have literally told stories about me being a collared sub and doing fisting training on this channel. It is marked 18 plus for a reason, and we have a channel praxis statement that warns people of shall we say, subjective personality types that they may not be a comfortable place for them if they are a member of a marginalized community. So please feel free to be gross.
Okay, well, how about we say that like everybody is kind of bi? Because I mean, like dudes will kind of put their dick in anything, really. Especially, it kind of depends on how long it's been since you've had sex too. Like if you've gone years without sex, you're going to be horny no matter what, and you can pretty much get off to just about anything. So it kind of is a choice as to like you kind of choose like what you kind of want to get off to, like in a way. So. What would you say about that? You disagree?
No, I would just, if I knew you in real life, I'd say, sweetheart, you may not be straight.
Dude, like...
you sound bi.
I mean, everybody kind of is, in a sense. It's not like a kid, like, oh, come on, like
chased.
Like femboys, that's where the meme comes from. Like femboys kind of pass as females. I mean, that's where the meme comes from.
I've never been attracted to women. When I was in kindergarten, I chased boys around the playground. I kissed boys. I played with boys. I grew up to be gay. I knew I was homosexual from day one. It's always been that way.
Okay, well that's kind of your deal, ain't it? I mean, it's not everybody's deal, so it's kind of
That's kind of my point, though, Pookie, is that you're exhibiting signs of being bisexual, not heterosexual.
You saying you could never have sex with a woman and like get hard?
It would be extraordinarily difficult, and yeah, I'd have to think really gay shit in my head the whole time to make it happen.
I don't understand that, but I mean, hey, I mean.
That's okay. It's okay that you're bi.
I'm not trying to understand.
This is great. You're having a moment on air. Maybe you're realizing for the first time in your life that you are actually bisexual.
No, like I said, I've liked women primarily, and like I said, yeah, if on a desert island, if it's been months, it's like a femboy will do. Like, but yeah, I like women, so like. This isn't like some like big like oh my god, like dude, I'm way ahead of that shit mentally. Okay, so it's all good. Can we get back to talking about chaos and anarchy and shit? Like when did this get about gay shit?
Because anarchism has always been about queer liberation. It has been about the civil rights movement. It has been about indigenous rights. It has been about the bringing women into the workplace. That has always been a cornerstone of anarchistic movements, is those sorts of topics. And so what we were doing was exploring your ideologies and your beliefs in other areas and attempting to elicit let's say a foundation, or at least a rubric to understand you by, to try and understand where these definitional sets are coming from. And along the way, what we discovered is some interesting stuff. But we really don't have much time for more because we have a bad movie night to get into.
I've got one more question for you before we go. One more question.
Shoot.
I know you're in a hurry, okay? Should we live stream politicians 24/7? Yes or no?
No.
Why not?
It's just a waste of fucking resources.
What do you mean it's a waste of fucking resources? See, this is why you're actually a shill for governments and corporations, even though you're pretending to be an
I
anarchist.
just want them to
this
go
is why
away.
you're a shill.
You're right. I'm a shill. I'm both the I'm
Yeah.
the CEO and president of Antifa. I am
Explain to me, why shouldn't we live
page-
stream our politicians 24/7, round the clock?
Are they still human beings?
Oh, no, they're politicians. They're not human beings.
You are dehumanizing fellow humans then. And
Yeah,
that is the first
yeah.
step on the road to genocide.
Wolves in sheep's clothing? Yeah, I am.
Holy
You tell
shit.
me you trust politicians?
No, not at all.
So if you don't trust politicians, why wouldn't you want them to be live streamed at all times so that we always know what they were doing?
Because
and what they're saying.
despite their public service obligations, I also believe human beings have some fundamental rights that should probably be recognized. And
They're
the ability
servants.
to
They are public servants.
They're
They don't
servants,
have
not
rights.
slaves.
Is the term not public servant?
Yeah,
Yeah,
servant.
they're public slaves to the government. We elect them to do
A job.
run things.
Yes. So we should definitely see them take a piss and shit and fuck their wife, right?
Suddenly, privacy becomes this big issue once it's them being
No,
surveilled.
privacy has
But
always
when it's
been a
us
big
being
issue. And if you
surveilled,
go back to my video on
nobody gives a
operational
shit.
security for the activists, in which I give an hour-and-a-half lecture on how to protect yourself online and use truly decentralized and distributed networks to anonymize your traffic, it's always been kind of a big issue for me.
Yeah, so you're talking about surveillance in terms of defensive surveillance against the government, against the state surveilling us. What I'm saying is the people need to surveil the government, because that's actually how the people.
Does being married to a politician negate your rights as well?
Yes.
So
your
if-
whole family, yeah.
Your
basically.
whole family. To what extent?
I mean, kids and stuff. I mean, you close bit. I mean, basically anybody that's around a politician, basically. Yeah. And all their communications and all of this stuff too. Yeah, we need to heavily monitor our government officials.
I'm okay with their communications being monitored.
Huh?
I'm 100% okay with all of their communications being surveilled and monitored and being put in a public
So
record.
you like being kept in the dark. You like not knowing what they're up to.
I fear the idea that you're positing is literally taking any single person that you would qualify as a politician all the way down to a fucking file clerk that works
I'm
for the
talking
government.
about federal employees.
Of which the federal government is the
federal-
largest single employer in the country.
Okay, well,
You
in
are talking
key
about
positions.
you are talking about the
Federal
complete
employees in key
you are
positions.
talking about the complete dissolution. You move those goalposts all you want, but up until that point, you were
I'm not
talking about the
moving my
complete
goalposts, though. I've
dissolution
already
of
formulated
human
this. I'm
rights across the board for the single
isn't a
largest
new
employer in
concept
this
for me.
country.
Buddy. Okay, continue.
I mean,
Look, what part of public do you not understand? These people's lives should be public.
every
Like, that's the
aspect,
whole
every
point.
aspect of it.
Every aspect, because how else can you root out corruption? We all know our politicians are corrupt.
Do we get 24/7 monitoring of police officers?
Cops already have body cam.
24/7.
Not 24/7.
Why not
but on the
24/7? Seeing as they have a gun, in addition to all of the other empowerment of the state.
Oh yeah, politicians don't have guns. Politicians have armies, Chief. What are you talking about?
So
dude?
those that can inflict force that is literally monopolized by the state should have these protections,
why are you defending the state? This is where the weird cognitive dissonance comes in. Because you say you're an anarchist, you say you're against the state, yet here you are defending the rights.
No,
and
you have
the
posited
state.
a system in which the
I'm locked
state
in a
still
system, dude. You don't-
exists. I would posit a system in which the state doesn't exist. So you are forcing me into an unjust hypothetical in which the state still exists and I am
Okay.
to compromise.
So yeah, we're just gonna live without a state. Yeah, sure. We're just gonna go live in the woods, and we're gonna grow our own vegetables, and we're all gonna take LSD and trip out.
The anarchistic Republic of Cuspia lasted for 300. The anarchistic Republic of Cuspia lasted for 375 years without judges, lawyers, police officers, or any other sort of legal processes. And they were such a fucking threat to the Papal States that they became an economic powerhouse. When the Jewish people in and around the Papal States started being persecuted by the Catholic Church, they fled to Cuspia because they knew they would be welcome and they would have economic certainty there. During the Spanish Civil War, 50% of agriculture and industry was produced by anarchistic communes.
Anarchistic communes, man, that doesn't even make any sense. That's
what do you think a collective?
What
do you think communal living is described as?
Man, you're a trip, bro. You're a trip. I tell you. I just don't. You're deflecting off of the point here. You're talking about your talking points, the stuff that you're comfortable with.
Interesting. On my channel, in which you walked in using a descriptive definitional set for anarchism that no one has ever encountered before, I am talking about my talking points. Holy shit! Wow, that's an interesting concept. I can't imagine why that would work out that way.
Like rulers and fighting back, you know?
The organizational methodologies for anarchism involve dual power structures, ground-up organizing, and a consensus decision-making process that involves the proletariat themselves. This is the process by which anarchism comes to bear.
So you mix an anarchism with communism. Like, anarchism was around way before communism.
Yeah, anarchy is datable back to indigenous societies. Anarchism is formalized by a set of European scholars and generally recognized by the terminology of anarchist.
Well, that's where the E comes from in anarchy at the end. It's like anarchy is a state. Like anarchy is not, it doesn't really matter how you think about it. Like there can be anarchy. Like it's a state of mankind, a state of society, I guess is the term. Look, I mean, all I'm arguing here, my whole thing is that absolute anarchy is bad. I mean, it's basically hell because there's no rules, there's no structure, there's no society. But then absolute order sucks too because there's way too much structure, way too much organization, and people become basically slaves in the system. So that the best option obviously is balance and centrism. So I'm a radical centrist. That's like the whole
I'm a radical status quoist, y'all. I'm a radical fence rider. Woo!
No, you're talking about regular centrists. Like the fact that you're getting that wrong tells me a lot.
What is the definition for radical in a political context?
God, I'd have to look it up if you want the exact.
Fundamental or systemic change, especially that within a political system. What are you changing? And how is it fundamental or systemic?
Because, let's see. All right, let me give you an example of some radical centrists. Like, here's the thing. Radical centrism is the most extreme ideology. It is. Regular centrism is the least extreme. That's why you're talking about status quo. Like, radical centrism is the exact opposite of the status quo. It's not about communism, capitalism. It's not about authoritarian or any of that. It's just basically... Radical centrist populism is just people just rising up in the streets, like just masses of people, and just basically toppling their leaders, basically. Because the whole left versus right, Democrat versus Republican ideology dichotomy is fake. We know it's fake. So that's what a centrist uprising would be, essentially. That's radical centrism. That's people.
So you're an insurrectionist.
Insurrectionist? I mean, if you're radical, you kind of have to be, don't you? Like, what name a radical personality that wasn't an insurrectionist, that didn't...
But what are you going to replace it with?
What I already described, live streaming or politicians. That's the new system.
So that's the new system. You're just going to implement the entire thing just all over again, but this time we'll live stream them.
Well, yes, it's going to be the fourth branch of government in America.
You don't see that there's any systemic problems in, say, the organizing structure of our system of governance that, I don't know, could use an overhaul?
What do you mean? I mean, yeah, there's a lot that can be reformed and changed. But the point is if we don't have a goal to work towards, like nobody's gonna be able to organize anything. Like that's why like what was it? The Wall Street thing? What was it?
Occupy.
Oh yeah, Occupy Wall Street. That's why Occupy Wall Street failed, because you guys didn't have a plan. You just didn't have a solid common goal, one thing to really rally around. And
so what is your one thing?
Live stream the politicians.
That's it. That's all you got.
That's it. But yeah, because if we do that, it would solve a lot of the other issues too. It would all the corruption would be gone. Therefore, we can actually start fixing.
Yeah, I definitely can't see how that couldn't be worked around. So how about just I have to pursue this thought.
Sure, go for it.
Are the politicians in charge of the armies and the police? Like the mechanisms which they use, they monopolize force, right? The state has a monopoly on force. What you and I do is classified as violence and a crime. What they do is, the processes of law and justice. So are the armies and police at the order of the politicians?
Yeah.
Why are the actual foot soldiers, the ones who carry out the orders of these corrupt individuals, not on this monitoring list?
Oh, if you want to talk about live streaming cops too, as well, like, yeah, definitely do that too. Live stream cops
24/7.
24/7, sure. I mean, yeah, they're public servants just as much as anybody. They're government officials, and yeah, they're in key positions where it's like, definitely. There's nothing wrong with live streaming. I mean, I'm for full and total open transparency. That's my ism.
Are you one
I
of
call
those?
it I call it Clarism.
Yeah, are you one of these people? I've met them before that thinks that society would do best if we did away with the concept of privacy.
No, we need privacy, but it's the people who need the privacy, not the politicians and the government.
How do you propose we monitor all of this data?
It's a .gov website.
But we're talking potentially like on the order of million plus streams here.
I mean, no, that is a thing. That's why I'm saying, like, boil it down to the most important people. That's the thing about cops is like, I would like the live stream cops 24/7, but like you said, there's hundreds of thousands of cops, so that's a lot of people. 900,000
plus at last count.
Sure, that's a lot of people. That's what I'm talking about. Like the people at the top.
Well, okay, so
let's start with them. How about that?
Let's
start with them.
What about all the military infrastructure?
Huh?
Well, think about all of the operations that our military conducts. Those people are in positions of power.
How many people are live streaming on Twitch right now 24/7? I mean, we have the technology now.
We have the technology, but I'm just asking.
First time in history we've had the technology to live stream politics 24/7.
Are there clauses in which these people get to black out their stream?
Yeah, when they go to the bathroom and when they have sets. Yeah.
What about conducting military operations?
Well, that's the issue. Is like, because JFK put it very well in one of his speeches. Is like, it's to the narrowest limit of national security. Because I understand the whole nuclear aspect of it. It's like, the military has to have their military secrets, but at the same time, it's like, what good are those military secrets really doing us? I mean, like, you say they're keeping us safe, but there's kind of a difference between public safety and national security, in my opinion. But
how does this extension of monitoring, because this is your only solution to fixing this, as near as I can tell, is live streaming what you perceive to be corrupt individuals? And I don't disagree; they are corrupt, but I would argue that it's a systemic issue, not a people issue.
It's a people issue. It's a character issue. It's an issue of their character, because
everybody who's ever gone into this position has corrupt character.
It doesn't matter what you believe politically, as far as like if you're leftist, communist, whatever. If you're a good person, I'll listen to what you say and do what you tell me to do. If I know you're a good person and you know what I mean. Like, it's a character issue. It's a trust issue. It's not so much about policy. It's just seeing who these people really are, and it's like if you see like politicians being like a complete asshole when nobody was like when the cameras are off, like that would really change your opinion of them.
Does Bernie Sanders get a pass?
What's that?
Does Bernie Sanders get a pass?
No.
Why not? No. Why is he a bad person?
Because he's a fucking grifter and he's got millions of dollars, he's got his mansions. I mean, he's,
So you're saying that like money and power corrupts people, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so taking a good person and putting them into a position of power?
I mean, but the problem is that yeah, it will corrupt them because the system will corrupt you. So if we put cameras on everybody, they can't be corrupted. And so they're more likely to be good people.
Interesting. Is there a dual power structure within our system that operates externally of the politicians?
You've said dual power structure before. What do you mean by dual power structure?
Dual power structures can take on many forms and fashions, but in essence what you have is a primary and secondary power structure. In the instances of like anarchistic dual power structures or communistic dual power structures, what you do in organizing fashion is you set up, say, like a community health clinic to draw away the necessity for the hospital or the medical industrial complex, right, to the local community and provide for them that way. In this instance, a dual power structure would be something like the corporatocracy that actually runs many of the elements of our system behind the scenes, up to and including things like private military contractors and the contractors that actually provide for our military unto itself, the lobbyists, and all of this externality infrastructure that exists, right? So how do we account for that? Because
that's why this is such a red pill. Every time I bring this up to people, because no matter what you think about whether you should or should be able to like live stream politicians, or whether you can or you can't, it does kind of raise the questions of, they won't let you do that. They won't let you live stream them 24/7. That's why they're tyrants. That's why they're authoritarians. That's why it doesn't matter if they're Republican or Democrat. That's why it doesn't matter if they're Bernie Sanders or if they're Ted Cruz.
Here's my argument.
Do that, then okay,
I could give you permission to live stream every single last one of these people if I had the ability to do so. Right? Take your fucking pick. We're putting Neat Sauce in charge of it. We're creating a vanguard, which is never a problem unto itself, but we're creating a vanguard, and Neat Sauce is now in charge of setting up the 24/7 government surveillance program. Cool. All right. That's your program. You have it. You have the ability. Here's my hypothesis. There is already in existence in a system of power that has the ability to operate around governance, and the structure of the governance itself does not matter so much, or the operation of that system of governance does not matter so much as the architecture of that system itself. And the populace has already been deluded and propagandized to an extent and point that it doesn't matter how much of this you put on TV, because the fact of the matter is we're already aware of how corrupt these people are. Yeah. Virginia just elected a governor that is a multi-millionaire worth, what, 400 million, I saw, a fucking rough estimate, right? Who fucking worked for Carlyle Group. And the only reason the Democrats couldn't fucking hit him with the Carlyle Group is because the major investor in the campaign for the Democrat comes from the Carlyle Group, right? Like,
that's the thing about it. That's why centrism is a meme. But it's not a meme, because everybody realizes that, the Democrats and the Republicans, it's the same uniparty. They're just pretending to be two different parties.
Yeah. So how does this fix anything?
How does this fix anything? Because it would be a blow to the military-industrial complex. Because, this wouldn't affect the military-industrial complex directly, but the military-industrial complex needs that front. They need the political front-facing power to get the people believing into it. So if you start live streaming them, if you take that away from them, all that's left is just more eyes on the military-industrial complex and how shitty it is.
Do you not think that they would be capable of creating an artifice, a facade, that would supplement or take the place of that political theater?
Well, how do we know what political theater we're watching now is real? I mean, we don't know. Could be all deep fakes, especially nowadays with Joe Biden.
Exactly, right? It could all be deep fake. So how do we know? So how is this a solution?
It's because, well, we would know if we would see people in their more intimate, more tinier moments. We would see that they're not. This would put an end to a lot of the conspiracy theories. That's what you don't understand. It's like you talking about hermeticism, and I mean, it's sort of like Pizzagate is a perfect example. If this was a system in place, we wouldn't have to debate over if Pizzagate was real. We would know if Pizzagate was real. The fact that Pizzagate exists is because of this informational vacuum that we have, where we don't know exactly what our politicians are doing, or saying, or anything. Like, that's why we have the conspiracies, and they want the conspiracies. That's the thing. They want us to be having crazy conspiracies because that just gives them more power and more control.
Somebody had a question for you.
Yeah, what's up?
As a political centrist, what actions are you taking? Capital A actions. What actions are you taking that explicitly hurts the duopoly that is happening in America?
What actions?
Yeah.
Well, I vote third party for one thing.
Have you studied the spoiler vote effect?
Have I studied the spoiler vote effect? Yeah, I have.
Okay, well then you're not really doing anything to undermine that.
If enough people did, it would happen, and that's the thing. Somebody has to be a first mover. Somebody has to vote third party first, or else people aren't going to get behind it.
I'm going to ask you. You don't have to give me an exact number, but give me a range at least to work with, or you can, surprise me and give me the exact number. How old are you?
I'm 30.
Cool. All right. So you've been around at least, for decade and a half noticing things, right? I'm gonna give it to you credit, 15, right? Maybe you're an early bloomer, maybe you're a late bloomer, but you've been up a decade and a half looking around the world with your head on a swivel, right? Noticing this, that, and the other thing.
Sure. Fair enough.
How's that third party been working so far? That first mover concept for the third party's been working.
Well, there is no third party. Nobody votes for the third party. So yeah.
So that first mover
how's your Republicans and your Democrats been working for us past 20 years?
Again, they've never been my people.
What job have they been doing?
They've never been my people.
They've never been your people. So why are you voting for people that aren't your people? Like, that's the thing. Like, that's the thing about the spoiler vote. That's what fucked over Ralph Nader. But you just vote for who you believe in. Fuck what everybody else is going for. Stop trying to metagame it and try to work out all the angles. It's very simple.
If I did what I believe in, then I don't engage in that system at all.
Okay. Well, if you don't like the system, throw a wrench in it, man. And that's a third party vote.
No, it's not. It's creating communal organizations that can allow some level of shielding and displacing of these blows that the system constantly inflicts upon the populace.
That hippy dippy shit is nobody's going to take that shit seriously, dude. Nobody's going to believe in your communes
says the man who wants to set up 24/7 surveillance of all major federal employees.
Hey, that's a better idea than what you got. It's better than going to live in the woods.
Again,
I'll tell you that.
At no point do I advocate for people going to live in the woods in that aspect. Anyway,
Sure.
This has been an interesting exploration into one individual's psyche. I am going to leave you with this. You might want to explore your sexuality a little more. You seem bi to me, man. But either way,
we've kind of talked it all out here.
We have bad movie night to get to, so yeah.
Yeah, you guys have fun with that, and remember, your anarchism is not real. Full.
Anyway, bye for sure. It's an interesting thing. There we go. Oh, I know, Yogi. Well, Kvass is unconvinced. Viva, maybe. I don't know. All I know is I wasn't going to stray. yeah. I wasn't gonna entertain that last fucking espousing of it's not real anarchism unless you're like murdering people in the streets nonsense. I refuse to accept a propagandized individual's definitional set of anarchism. I say we keep him. Gasp, can we fix him? No. Oh God, don't put him onto Cuckoo. If he would just spend some time with the dictionary, this would be much easier. I just want to see what more wild takes he has. Nah, I'm good. I'm fucking good. L, I don't think he's ever actually read on anarchism once in his life, but hey. What's up, Cat?
Yo. I still came on because I just still consider that a dud.
At a certain point, right? Like, it's just like, holy shit, man. This is weird. It's weird. It's weird. It was weird. It was weird.
Keep in mind, folks, this was someone who didn't know how to join voice call.
Did you see?
No, I did not.
Oh, it's in shared content. Hang on, let me get it for you. I'll get it on screen.
Beautiful.
Here. It's the Tomb of the Unknown Foucault. It's from this fucking weird ass documentary about Foucault in '93 that Nonsense watched on stream. And there's this just unnamed dude who plays Foucault, and they like project lights around him and shit, and he just walks around. And then there's this crazy picture with like crazy Foucault teeth on it at one point. So he's got the teeth immortalized around it, and he's got the glasses and the shining marble head. And '93, since that's when the documentary is from. But nobody knows who the fuck this guy is. Like, you can't figure out who the fuck the actor who played Foucault is. And so it's just it's the Tomb of the Unknown Foucault.
I really got to catch up on the Foucault lore. I'm like 20 years behind.
So I don't know what to say about that, right? Like, I don't.
Crazy. It's kind of crazy when you think about it that it all just wraps up back to him being a liberal,
right? A radical centrist.
Well, like, yeah, he didn't want to change the electoral college. He didn't want to change the
just
fucking
maintaining the status quo. The only thing I want to do is fucking strap surveillance cameras to Mitch McConnell's dick so I can watch him fuck a rent boy on the weekend.
Well, no, he did give an exception for sex, which I'm really mad.
No. I'm not entirely sure he considers fucking homosexuals real people, let alone, like, homosexual sex real sex. I would have to explore that further.
That dude, it was painful listening to him saying that, like...
Yeah, Aspen's got it. I'm cool with the gays and trans, but... Yeah. So you're going to be cool if your kid was... Yeah, heavy hesitation on that one. He's going to try and talk them out of it until they're 18, in which case that'll go real well.
Also transphobe, L.
Oh, yeah. L. Trans and homophobe. Yeah.
Self-hating bi, most likely.
Yes.
Because he did say he would fuck a femboy.
Oh, yeah. No, I fucking got that out of him too, Al. Like, I explored the, like, when do you choose to be straight line of fucking thought process. And
he's like the only one that was honest enough to be like, yeah, kind of do.
He argued that most people are bisexual. And I'm like, no, dude. Like, no. He's like, yeah, everybody's basically bisexual. It's like, no. Yeah. So, yeah, I hope he discovered something about himself. Oh, that's rough. That was rough.
This is your brain on North Carolina.
Yeah, this fucking... North Carolina nonsense. North Carolina. 30-year-old from North Carolina, who believes that that absolute anarchy is people losing control of themselves, engaging in full-blown pathological mental illness, running rampant, raping, murdering in the streets. This is the truest definition of anarchy, and anything else is, quote, watered down.
Karina, honey, you know he wasn't coming at it from that angle. And you fucking know he wasn't.
And no, Karina, no. I'm walking, like, I've known straight dudes, and I've known me, right? Like, some of us are on the ends of the spectrum, right? It just, some of us aren't, it doesn't work. That's not, I wish I were pansexual. I wish I were bi or pansexual. It'd be great.
It's a fun time, let me tell you. You're missing out.
Yeah. Like, it's just, that was, oh my God, that was a thing. That was, Viva just, sounds like the Christian definition of morality. Oh, I don't. All I gotta say is that the propaganda against anarchy has been extremely successful. The gay, yes, I know. Trans male with neococcygeal pesticle. Look, I'm not getting into it. No.
I really wonder what would have happened if he asked him, when do you choose to be a man?
Viva, the first thing you commented is we ended that conversation. Dunning-Kruger? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Dude, that was a weird fucking conversation. It's just, like, his solution, unironically, to fixing the entirety of our system, the only thing he has, his whole fucking solution, lock, stock, and barrel, everything, is key political officials. How we're going to define key political officials, who the fuck knows? But key political officials should have 24/7 surveillance on them. That's it. That's it, folks. And everything short of raping, murdering, and going wild in the streets is not anarchy.
I really wish he asked him, like, who used that definition of anarchism outside of him.
I mean, no one.
Yeah, but I wanted to see how I would have weaseled that.
Aspen, because he's an unrepentant debate bro.
Yeah, he came here with the conclusion and wanted to argue it. He didn't care whatsoever about like actually learning anything or changing his mind.
Yeah, he was an unabashed, admitted, unrepentant debate bro. And I'm sure in the future he'll characterize this as owning me or taking me down or picking holes in my definition of anarchism or something along those lines. That will be his characterization of that interaction. That was, yeah, basically, Mosh. Yeah, basically. Yeah, that's not a line I'm going to explore. I wonder how his Vosh went. He said I should watch the Vosh thing, and I just literally, he's like, you should watch my debate with Vosh. I'm like, no.
You know, I'm sad because, like,
no.
I was trying to recognize his voice, and it clicked the minute he said that. And, if he thought this was brain-numbing, oh boy.
I'm good. I'm good. That was...
Basically, long story short, he might also be closet trans too.
I'm not getting into it. Everybody, hey Wyatt, I'm fucking dude. That dude was a fucking trip. That's all I got. That dude was a fucking trip, and words matter. Words fucking matter.
Long story short, Potato, just some dude who debated Bosch. That's his claim to fame. I don't even know who Gary Peters is. Not even gonna entertain the idea that I know who it is.
Yeah. I think Mitre's going over his novel. He's working on it. He's reading it on stream, that sort of thing. Creative exercise. I like makers. I like creators. I like Mitre. So we're gonna rate over there. If you're joining us for Bad Movie Night, we'll be on voice chat in Discord. Titanic 2 and something else. We're not sure. So I need drugs and food in that order.
I have one last message for the people. Kosovo is Serbia.
Free Serbia? Oh, Kosovo is Serbia.
Yes, it that actually is horrifically offensive, but like only to like
yeah, that's
3 million people in the world.
That's a genocide shit, right? Yeah.
No, it's more like Kosovo was like the battleground of it's
okay, I don't have time for this. I don't care. Catch y'all. I do not agree with anything just stated by Kat. Anyway, I'll catch y'all on voice chat in fucking Discord. See you Monday.